somewhere far away. I want you back.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. What's up and what's going on, ADT Nation? How we all doing today? Welcome back and happy Money Monday. Man, I'm excited to be back. I'm excited to get going and to work with the best trading team out there. ADT Nation, baby. You guys, you know you're the best. You guys make it the best. So again, I hope you guys had a wonderful week last week, that you guys held it down, that there were no issues, that you guys walked away with some profits, and I hope you guys had a really good weekend as well, and that you are fired up, focused, motivated, hungry to attack this beautiful Money Monday, to make it happen, to lock in some big time profits, because I tell you what, I am ready to lock in some big time profits. So who's with me? Who's ready to make it happen? Who is ready to attack this market? And who is ready to lock in profits? And while you guys are hitting me with a, yeah, I'm ready, that's why I showed up this morning. Let me go ahead and fix the audio and we'll be all set, guys. There we go. All right, you got my beautiful voice and both of your beautiful ears stir. All right, so you're good to go. You're all set, my man. Everybody's ready to go. Everybody's like, hey, Josh wasn't here last week. When is he coming back? We don't have anybody inside the chat today. We got a few of you guys inside the chat, but everybody else is like, yeah, I think he's still gone. I'm not going to show up today, but we're all good, guys. Let's not waste any time. Let's go ahead and talk about what we have going on for today, where I think the best opportunity is, where my focus is going to be. Looking at the SPY and the Qs, trying to get an idea of what direction we're heading so we can lock in some profits there, maybe short-term, long-term, swing trade, whatever the case is. We want to find and identify where the best of the opportunity is and make sure we're on top of it, make sure we're prepared, and make sure we're ready to attack when that trade presents itself, guys. All right, so let's go ahead and start with our top small-cap penny stocks for today. Number one, we do have FFIE. All right, FFIE is number 2 on the leaderboard. It's only up 27% at this point in time. So again, I don't know how last week was, but it looked like last week was a pretty decent week. I'd pop in every now and then periodically. We'd see stocks up 30, 40, 50%. I didn't really see any big time 100% movers. I did not have a chance to go through and look at all of last week's top gainers. But I mean, Friday, you had GSUN up 92%. You had LITM up 38%. You had EVL up 32%. EVAX was up 19%. So it looked like you had some decent movement Friday. It looked like you had some decent movement last week. So let's see if we can continue to see that decent movement this week as well. We don't need supernovas to make money. We just need stocks to move for us. We'll lock in those profits, guys. Yes, we love supernovas, but we don't need those supernovas to make some big time profits in the market. So right now, again, you got FFIE. It's up 26% at this point in time. The only thing about FFIE that I'm not crazy about is the float. The 180 million in float, right? I want to find stocks like ISPC that are 5 million in float. Even something like RDHL that's under 50 million in float. But when I see something that's 180 million in float, I already don't like it. And that's exactly what 80% of penny stock traders are thinking as well. 180 million in float, I don't like it. Let's go trade ISPC because that stock could rip and run. But one thing I want to point out is it's less than $1. So it's not going to really take that much to move this stock if we have that big time volume. And right now we have okay volume, right? We're trading less than 5 million shares on average. The stock trades 25 million shares. So we've been live for about an hour now. We've only traded about 5 million shares. So we need to see, really, in my opinion, substantial volume moving into the stock with that large float to really see this stock move. Now, yes, in pre-market, it's a lot different. In pre-market, post-market, these large float stocks can really move. But when this market opens, it's going to be a bit of a challenge. It's definitely going to be a little bit harder. So keep that in mind, all right? You do have FFIE up 28%. It's trading way less than the average, right? We're trading 5 million shares. On average, we trade 25. So substantially less and a large float stock. So before jumping into it, just understand this stock. Get an idea of how can the stock move today? Is it going to be a big time mover or is it going to be a slow and steady mover? Right now, it looks like it could be a little bit of a slow and steady mover, but we'll have to see. Why is it moving up in the first place here with FFIE, right? So FFIE amended their 13D filing from a couple of weeks back, that FF Top and FF Global agreed to cause all actions in courts to be dismissed. So we do have FFIE moving on up on that amended 13D filing. So we got a credible reason for the stock to be moving. Maybe it's worth watching today, guys. All right, so here's how I would watch this stock and what I'd be looking for on FFIE. I'm looking for consistency. Is there a pattern? Is there a trend, right? So we spike on up, 90 cents. We pull back. We break that prior high. We pull back and hold the prior high as support. We push on up, break that prior high, rip up to $1 psychological natural resistance. So what do I want to see? I'd like to see a pullback into that prior high like we saw a pullback into that prior high, right around 95 cents, 94 cents. We come on down and hold that level of support. We could look to take it long for a bounce back up to $1. If we just go ahead and break over $1, we have some room up towards around 113. So hey, it's about 13% to the upside. Not a bad little slow, steady trade. And then if we ever see this break over 113, we do have some resistance on the daily chart up towards around 125. All right, so if we ever break that dollar mark and we're holding $1, we know our first target, our first level of resistance is going to be that 20 EMA. That's right at 113. You got to take some profits. But if you ever see FFIE breaking over that 113 level, we do have great potential up towards around 125. Support right now at this point in time is going to be that prior high right around 94 to 95 cents. If we ever crack below that level, okay, come back down to that prior high and that pullback low right around 90 cents. That could be a great level of support here on FFIE. Okay, so it's on watch. Definitely going to see if it moves today, see if there's any opportunity. But I still think there's better potential out there. And let's go ahead and continue to dive into what we have going on for today and see if there is anything that is better than FFIE at this point in time. So I want to be watching LVTX as well. So LVTX at this point in time is not even on our up gapper list, which is pretty odd. The stock's gapping up from 240 up to 585. That's up over 100% at this point in time, but this stock is not showing up on our up gapper list. Very odd. We'll have to definitely check that out. But we saw the press release come through, and we know that this stock is up over 100% at this point in time. So LVTX, Segan and Lava Therapeutics announced an exclusive worldwide license agreement to advance Lava 1223, a preclinical gamma delta B specified T-cell engager for expressing solid tumors. My goodness, what a mouthful. What a massive press release there. But what's the key takeaway? That they entered into a worldwide licensing agreement with another therapeutics company for their preclinical cell engager for expressing solid tumors. Is still pretty big mouthful. Announcing a worldwide licensing agreement. Not a bad press release here on LVTX, and no wonder why it's up, over 100% at this point in time. Again, closing Friday at $2.40, currently trading at $5.77, hitting those pre-market highs of $6.10. So I definitely want to keep this one on watch here today and see what we have coming on up. We do have some support back down towards around like 540. We can see we touched 540 several times. We tried to break it, we couldn't. Tried to break it, we couldn't. Tried to break it, we could not. Tried to break it, we could not. And then we broke it with some pretty decent volume. Ripped on up towards around 610. So 540 is going to be a decent little level of support. I would say light support, but the best level of support is going to be right back down around $5 at this point in time, guys. Okay, so those are your two levels of support. Lower support, stronger support as well, $5. Light support, but the nearest level of support is going to be 540 with top resistance here. Let's just call it $6, right? We hit $6 once, 2, 3, 4, 5 times, right? We hit 610 once. So we need to see the break over $6, and $6 is going to be resistance. We ever see LVTX break above $6, we do have room to $6.80. Okay, so let's definitely keep this one on watch. Nice little press release. Let's go check out the float here on LVTX, right? We don't see it on our up gapper list. So how are we going to go identify what that float is? Go over to yahoofinance.com, type in LVTX, go ahead and hit enter. Right, it's going to go ahead and pull this stock up. We see it's up 145% at this point in time. Right, we see that the average volume is 5,000 shares. Well, we're definitely trading well above 5,000 shares. So we know we have that high relative volume. We have that great press release as well. Now we need to go over to the statistics tab, right? That's going to show us what the float is. Scroll on down, we see we have a nice low float, guys, under 6 million in float. So it's meeting the criteria to be a watch list worthy stock. We have our catalyst. That's our press release. Nice low float stock, right? It could rip, it could run. Great volume as well. And we see there's some attention, there's some activity here with LVTX. So I definitely want to keep this stock on high watch for today. Probably one of my top 3 at this point in time, unless we see the stock really just dump on off and we see something else start to move on up today. But right now, LVTX, definitely one of our top 3 stocks to watch. Definitely get prepared, get focused, have those plans built. So when you see the opportunity present itself, you don't have to scramble and figure it out. You're already set, ready to attack, ready to lock in some big time profits, guys. All right, so let's move on to ISPC. Now, ISPC is another stock that has some potential for today. Now, I didn't see any news this morning with ISPC, and I was kind of going back to see when was the last press release on ISPC. Well, it was on September 23rd. You actually had a price target lowered to 425 from 550. You actually see Tracy Curley jumping on in as the interim CEO. So nothing too crazy, but you saw the stock move on up just a little bit last week off that press release, right? You saw 923. That was on Friday. Friday, you see the stock move on up just a little bit after it dumped on down. So we're just getting some continuation. That's really what we're seeing here with ISPC is that moved Thursday, it moved Friday. It's a low float stock. It was moving in post market a little bit. So when traders wake up today, what stock is still on their watch list? Well, most likely ISPC. What stock are they looking to possibly get involved with? Probably ISPC, because it was the only thing really moving at 7 a.m. So that's why ISPC is moving. Probably just some momentum and some continuation off the last 2 days as we've seen more volume move into the stock as well. So it is a stock that we should probably keep on watch. I'm not crazy about it, but it's a stock that we need to get prepared and do some due diligence on just in case it is one of our top stocks for today. So a couple things to keep in mind, a couple things to look at here with ISPC, guys, right? We do have some support right around 240, between 240, 250. Looks like right now 240 is probably going to be one of the better levels of support at this point in time, right off that prior pre-market level of resistance here on ISPC. Another thing I want you guys doing as well is run yourself a trend line here on this stock from Friday's low to this pre-market low and run it out to your right. We see here that that intersects right around that 240 level, right around this trend line. So definitely keep this one on watch. I would say between 230, that's your spiking high from Friday, and 240, that's your pre-market resistance. And then keep it on watch above this trend line. Fall below 240, take support down to Friday's high, 230. Watch this trend line. As long as support holds on up, and as long as ideally you stay above this trend line and you stay on the bullish side of the trend line, hey, we got great potential back up towards around those pre-market highs. You're on ISPC. That's right around $2.68. If we ever see buyers really move on in and we see another nice green day to the upside, we could see the stock up towards around $3 and then possibly $3.24. ISPC, it's meeting that criteria, guys, right? There is a catalyst, right? A catalyst can be a daily technical setup, a reason that's derived from the daily chart, like those higher time frames, technical formations, or simply press releases. So what do we have on ISPC? Well, we had those press releases last week that got the stock moving. Now it's moving off momentum, right? It's a prior day mover. It's moving and it has that potential to be a continuation, right? To continue higher today. So that's really our catalyst that's driving the stock. It's not just a random mover in pre-market. That could be a pre-market pump into an intraday dump. There is actually somewhat of a reason to suggest this is why the stock is currently up 17% at this point in time. Check out the volume, trading almost 4 million shares this morning. On average, it trades less than 150,000 shares. We have high relative volume. I like the float as well. It's 5.5 million in float. So this stock is definitely a stock that could move and rip and run today. Keep it on watch above 230 to 240 support. Ideally, the uptrend as well. We have potential back up to 267. If we ever break 267, we have some room up towards around 3 And then we could potentially see buyers move in over 3 to push this up towards around $3.24 here on ISPC. At this point in time, it's definitely another stock that should be on high watch for today, ladies and gentlemen. So let's absolutely keep this one on watch, guys, here on ISPC. And then my number one back burner at this point in time, and it may be coming off the watch list here in a moment, depending on what we do here around $12, is going to be AMPX. And the real only reason that I want to watch AMPX is simply because we've had a nice week, right? Last Tuesday, nice rip on up, right? Pull back, higher low. Nice rip on up, pull back, higher low. Nice rip on up, pulling back into this trend line, giving us a potential higher low for maybe that higher high, right? For this trend continuation. The stock is in an uptrend with these higher highs and higher lows. We have a very nice validated and well-established trend line dating back from last Tuesday. Tuesday connects on Wednesday, respects and validates Thursday, taps again Friday. Where are we at right now? Right around that trend line. Also, right around Friday's resistance, right around $12. Old resistance turns new support. We also have that validated trend line. So I'm really liking AMPX trading with the trend. So if we do indeed hold above $12 today here on AMPX, and we do hold this trend line as well, we have great potential to see this back up towards around Friday's highs, right around 15 to 15.30. So right now at this point in time, AMPX is going to be my only at this point in time, my only back burner sleeper play pick for the day, right? So again, definitely get prepared. I'm thinking about jumping in on this right around $12 when we open on up. If we do see the stock hold that $12 level, probably throw stops down towards around $11.50 just to give it some breathing room. But let's be honest, if we crack that trend line and crack $12, I don't want to be in it, but I would let it go up to 50 cents to the downside, knowing I have potentially $3 to the upside, right? From $12 to at least $15 here with AMPX. So I definitely want to keep this one on high watch as my number one back burner sleeper pick for today, guys. That's going to be on AMPX. All right, now we do see ADTX starting to move on up just a little bit. So what do we got going on with ADTX at this point in time? So ADTX getting some pretty random volume. Now this stock got absolutely destroyed over the past week and a half, but it did move on up ahead of that reverse stock split. Now we're starting to see ADTX move on up from around 266. Now we're up towards around 330. ADTX, I don't see any news on this stock, but it's a very, very low float stock. We've already traded 1 million shares here in the past few minutes, and this stock is currently up 24%. I'm not a fan of it, guys. Not a fan. Why? It could just be one of those pre-market pump followed by that intraday dump, right? There is no catalyst. There is no reason for this stock to be moving on up at this point in time. I do not see any news, but let's go check ADTX and let's see if there is a press release dropped here on scans. So what do we got here? They dip on the pricing of that $20 million public offering. That was September 16th. That's when we saw the stock just dump on off. Do we have any fresh recent news? Do we have any filings today? Let's go see if we have any filings here with ADTX to suggest, why the stock is up. ADTX, let's see. September 26th was our last. Yep, so we just had a filing, guys, here on ADTX. So this is why it's important to understand why stocks are moving to get an idea, do I want to be watching this stock today? So ADTX, just today, September 16th, we do have a Schedule 13G filing here on ADTX. So we do have a reason for the stock to be moving. So now I definitely want to keep this one on watch to see if the stock does get some action here to the upside. All right, so we'll keep this one on a back burner, ADTX. I still think there's better potential today with LVTX. I think there's better potential today with ISPC. And I definitely think our back burner sleeper play, AMPX, has some really good potential today as well. But let's make ADTX a back burner at this point in time. And let's see if the stock does continue to move higher. Let's see if it's consistent. Let's see if it's predictable. And if so, maybe there's some opportunity to lock in some profits here on ADTX, guys. Right? So we will keep this one on watch. Now, other than that, there's not too much else going on. I've already looked at RDHL. Not too much going on, guys. I've already looked at, SMFL, not too much. These are the best stocks for today. So again, if you're just now tuning on in, LVTX is one of our top 3 stocks for today. ISPC is one of our top 3 stocks for today. And then I would say FFIE could be one of your top 3. I'm not a fan of it because of that float and that lack of volume, but I see the potential when I look at that daily chart. So we'll make FFIE number 3. And then we got these back burners. All right, AMPX, my number 1 back burner sleeper play. This stock has great potential. I really do like it. This stock has a lot of my focus right out of the gates. And then we have ADTX on watch. Back burner at this point in time, just looking to see if it's going to hold on up, looking to see if it's predictable, looking to see if it's moving, and that it just doesn't dump on off at the start of the day, guys. All right, so ADTX at this point in time, back burner, but who knows? Maybe it's one of our top stocks that we actually focus on right at the start of the day. We'll see when 9:30 rolls on around. All right, let's go ahead and talk about what we got going on with the SPY and the Qs, right? We got a nice little long plan and a short plan in place. It's always very important, if you can, to not be long biased or short biased, right? If you see a great long opportunity, get that plan built. But you all also may see a very good short opportunity. It's always a good idea to have that backup if you see a good short opportunity as well. So let's go ahead and discuss the SPY. I kind of think we'll see the markets bounce, right? We came down pretty much to the penny on Friday to that June low, right? And we saw this, can't even talk right now. We saw the SPY get bought up pretty nicely right at the end of the day from around 363.29 up towards around 368, right? We had a nice little $5 move right at the end of the day there on Friday. We left that nice long lower shadow off of June's low. So I do think we could see the market continue to move just a little bit higher today into tomorrow and Wednesday. All right. And if we do see that take place, we should definitely be looking to trade it long, short term. So here's what I'm looking for on the SPY, guys. I'm looking to see if the SPY can break this downtrend today. We can break this downtrend. That's a good first step in the right direction, going from the bearish side of the downtrend to the bullish side of the downtrend. Okay, but I'm also looking for the market in the SPY here to break above this 368.78 level. All right, so not only do I want to see the SPY breaking the downtrend, I also want to see the SPY breaking 368.78. If we see that take place, I do believe we can see the SPY slowly grind up towards around 373.41. Now, why did I say slowly grind? I don't think the market's going to be as volatile as what we saw on Wednesday. I wasn't even here on Wednesday, but looking back, looking at what we had, I don't think the market's going to move like it did on Wednesday, where it rips up 10 points and then dumps on down like 15 points. Absolutely nuts. I think it's going to be a slower, steadier week, but I think there's some great opportunity. I don't think we see those 5-point moves in 30 minutes, but I think we could see those nice 5, 6, 7-point moves throughout the entire day. So breaking that downtrend is a good first step in the right direction. That's one of the first levels that I'm looking for here on the SPY. And then I'd really like to see it break above that 368.78. And if we see that happen, I'll probably be jumping into the long side up towards around 373.41 as my first target. If we ever start breaking over that 373.41, all you have to do is look left to get your next targets. Look at Thursday's high a day, 377.32. That's a target. Thursday's pre-market highs, right? Those are targets. Go back and look at Wednesday's resistance. Those are going to be your targets if we do continue to move on up. So that's my long plan here on the SPY for today. Now, what if we don't break the downtrend, guys? Right? What if we don't break that downtrend here on the SPY? And then what if we come down and start to crack this slight uptrend? Well, you'd want to think about playing it short. Where to? Back down to Friday's low of day, 363.29, and then June's low, right? The low from June was 362.17. So right around 362.17 is where you would be looking to cover a good majority of your position if you are looking to go short on the SPY, if we do indeed stay below this downtrend, right? And if we ever crack below that 362.17, hey, we'll simply look left and see where we are going next. All right, if we do indeed continue to move lower and we do make a new yearly low below the June low, right around that 362.17, right? So that's the short plane in place. If we stay below this trend line, crack that slide up trend. I'm not really crazy about that trend line, but I'm definitely putting a lot of emphasis on this downturn right now just because it's been respected multiple times. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, working on the 5th time. This is a very valid trend line. If we break it, I want to start to think about getting long. If we don't break it and we stay below it, that's very strong resistance. I definitely want to play the SPY short as long as we're below this downtrend. Look left, where do we cover that position? Right around pre-market lows. Look left, where's our next level? Right around Friday's low of day. Look left, where's the next place that you could see the market come down to? Right around that June low of 362.17, right? So you got a great long plan in place and you have a great short plan in place depending on where the markets want to go today. And the same thing applies to the Qs, just different prices, guys, all right? So still got this nice downtrend from Thursday. It's been respected 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. And right now we're slightly above that trend line, but we're still below 276 resistance, okay? So that's exactly why I want to look at that resistance level on the SPY as well. Not only getting in at a break of the downtrend to the long side, but also waiting for that resistance level to break because the Qs did just that. We broke the downtrend, but we got stuffed at 276. So the Qs, break of the downtrend, that's a good first step in the right direction for a long trade today. But I also want to see that break over 276. If we get that break over 276, we'll look to play this long up to 278.80 here on the Qs. But let's say this was a failed break and we're not getting above 276 and we fall back below that downtrend and we see it turn back into resistance. Well, guess what? We have our short plan. What's the short plan? Obviously, take this short off downtrend resistance down towards around these pre-market lows of 273.20, down towards around Friday's low of day of 272.02, and then all the way down towards around June's low at 269.25. So again, very, very similar plan, same idea, same thesis that we have here with the SPY and the Qs, just slightly different price points, okay? But still, overall, same plan. Break of the downtrend, break over resistance as well. We're taking it long. Staying below that trend line, we're going to look to take it short off that downtrend resistance into those lower targets. No matter what happens, no matter which way the market moves today, we have great opportunity to lock in some profits, guys, right? So again, 80 to 90% of the focus, SPY and the Qs. We have a great small cap watch list. If you're just now tuning in, number 1, we have LVTX, the number 1 stock that we'll be watching right at the start of the day. Then we have ISPC, number 2 above that trend line. We got AMPX, the back burner sleeper play for today. I think that one has great potential. You got FFIE. We'll keep it on watch. Don't like the large float, but we'll periodically go back and take a look at it and see if there's any opportunity. And then we also have ADTX getting some action off a 13D filing, showing that 10% stake in the company. So definitely want to be watching ADTX as well, guys. Okay? If we have any questions, please let me know. We got about 2 minutes to go until the market opens on up. I know you guys are ready. You guys are all set, ready to rock and roll. But right now, I want to see what you guys are thinking. Out of everything we just discussed, what stock do you think is going to do the best today? Do you think it's going to be ADTX, guys? Do you think that's the number 1 stock? Do you think it's AMPX? Right? That's that nice little back burner sleeper play. Do you think the number 1 today is going to be ISPC? Do you think the number 1 stock today is going to be LVTX? Or do you think it's going to be that large float stock FFIE. Go ahead and cast your votes, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know what you guys are thinking. All right, go ahead and click on that little button. Boom. What stock do you think will do the best today? I want to see each and every one of you casting your votes. Let's see what the team's thinking. I personally think the best stock for today, man, this is a tough one because there's a lot of good-looking stocks, guys. There's a lot of decent stocks. I'm going to go with the back burner sleeper, guys. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go with the back burner sleeper play for today. Let's see if we get some action over on AMPX. But we're all set, guys. We're ready to rock and roll. I'm excited to be back. I'm excited to work with you, and I'm excited to lock in some big-time profits if we have those opportunities to lock in those big-time profits, guys. But be smart, trade safe, have that base hit mindset, take profits when you have them in this market, lock in your base hits that add up to home runs, and who knows, maybe you're just consistent enough and so disciplined that the market rewards you with a home run. All right, but come in, let's lock in those base hits, let's lock in some great profits, and let's have an awesome Money Monday. Right now, what are you guys thinking? We have 40% of chat saying LVTX. About 40% of chat saying LVTX is their number one stock of the day. Let's see if anybody else is voting at this point in time. Let's see. Nope, still, we got LVTX. So we'll watch LVTX out of the gate. And I'll be watching AMPX off to the side, guys. Right now, let's see if LVTX is going to stay above $5.40 at this point in time. Market's now open, and we are live. All right, guys, let's have an awesome day. Let's make the most of it. Again, be smart, trade safe, and let's have an amazing Money Monday. FFIE all the way back down at 90 cents. LVTX, we do have that light support level at 540. So we'll keep it on watch around 540 there. ISPC right into that trend line, starting to get a nice little pop. And we wanted to watch ISPC above 230 to 240. As well as that uptrend. Well, guess what? We came down to the trend line. Nice hold there. To open this up to a 2-day. Adjust that trend line, make it accurate. Right now, the one stock that's getting most of the action, guys, is ISPC. Got 235 support here on ISPC, and I want to know why that trend line is not accurate. Go ahead and remove it. Redraw it. Again, we're going from Friday's low. Looks, 1,000 times better on a 5-minute time frame. I mean, price points are price points. So we did come down to that 5-minute trend line. We held up pretty nice there with ISPC. So want to keep that on watch above 235 support, guys. 235 support. We have room up to 267. Want to see if ADTX is maybe, just maybe, going to hold that 20 EMA and then break the downtrend. The reason I say that is we got a nice decreasing volume pullback into that 20 EMA. Looking for a break of the downtrend on ADTX. It's definitely worth watching. I do want to keep ADTX on high watch here, guys. We have room up towards around 350. Right now we're around 330. So you got about 20 cents to the upside, and your risk is about 15 cents. So you're pretty close to a 1-to-1. It could be a nice little scalp up to 350, but just understand your stops need to be under that 20 EMA. That 20 EMA is at 318. So again, you're risking 15 cents to make 20 cents. Is that really the best risk to reward? Not really. Not really the best, but definitely has that look to it. Like it wants to get that higher low push, break of that downtrend, and a nice little rip up to that 350 level here on ADTX. I am not long on this, though, at this point in time, though. So the Qs broke above our 276, guys. Look for your 276 pullback for your possible entry up to 278.80. Now that we have the Qs breaking, and as long as the Qs can hold on up, and I'm not going to be surprised if we see the SPY break that downtrend as well, guys. You're up towards around 344 on ADTX. The only reason I didn't jump in here was the risk to reward didn't make sense, knowing that I'm going to be buying this at 330, take profit around 350, and knowing my risk was about the same as my reward. Didn't make any sense. I want to find 3-to-1, 4-to-1, 5-to-1 setups. I want to find those opportunities with the least amount of risk and the highest amount of reward, and this just wasn't it. Is it profitable? Absolutely. But I am not in on ADTX at this point in time. But we had a really nice push out of the gate. Nice decreasing volume pullback into that 20 EMA, giving us this really nice higher low formation. Then all we were doing was looking for that higher low to push, volume to move back in, break the downtrend, and then see buyers continue to jump in back up to our next level of resistance. That is high a day at 350. So this is a momentum-based trade, guys, right? So as far as if you're wondering, like, what's the strategy here, right? You got this higher low break of the downtrend. When you really look at the big picture, it's a momentum-based trade where you get this big rip on up, this nice pullback into that 20 EMA, bounce, into that 20 EMA, bounce, right? Start to pull back into the 20 EMA, holding that 9 EMA as well. On decreasing volume, you can just kind of see how it's flowing. Nice push, nice pullback, nice healthy bounce, and then you get that higher low and have that momentum move back in for that breakout. You can just kind of see how the stock's moving and how it has that momentum flow to it. Again, just looking absolutely fantastic there on ADTX. So FFIE above $1. So as long as you're over $1, guys, taking it long to that 113. So if you can come back down to $1, that'd be fantastic to make an entry at $1. Take some profits around 112 to 113, and maybe 125. You have room to 125, guys. Remember, it's a large float, though. It's a large float stock. I would say right now, the top two stocks, you have ADTX, then FFIE. Look to be the best right now at this point in time. Right now, I have no positions for the day. I still have no trades at this point in time. Sitting back, waiting for the next best opportunity to present itself, guys. All right, we're only 8 minutes into the day. One great trade keeps the 9 to 5 away. So just kind of sitting back, waiting for that one great trade. So I want to see FFIE back down around $1 first. LVTX got $5 support. Maybe get a little bit of a bounce. 10 cents, 15 cents. That's a possibility. They're on LVTX down around 5. ISPC coming back into the trend line for the second time, trying to hold that level on up. Yeah, I like ADTX the most here. And I like FFIE the most here. So FFIE, I'm not going to touch this until we come back down towards around $1 and see it hold as support. But ADTX, let's see how this thing sets on up for it, if it does. All right, nice big run up. Coming on into that 20 EMA. Nice bounce. Nice bounce, giving you a little bit of this double bottom. Nice rip out of the gate. Nice pullback again, right to that 20 EMA. But what we see is we also were holding that 9 EMA, right? So we put in this nice double bottom off the 20, higher low off the 9, and we got that nice volume push, right? Support's going to be that 9 EMA or down around that 20 EMA. So right now, you could look to be a buyer off the 9 EMA for a quick push. Nice little scalp. We crack below the 9 EMA. Look for an entry off that 20 for a quick push, a quick little scalp. Those are the best two stocks at this point in time. FFIE, that lower level of support was right around 90 cents. A nice big rip. You have room to that one, to that now, 112. 112. Not a fan of how LVTX is moving. I'm not a fan of how ISPC is moving. And ADTX, this one has great potential. ADTX does have room up to 384 and then $4. So right now, your next target, if we get a 360 break, well, it's actually right around 350. If we get that 350 break here on ADTX, that could definitely send the stock up towards around 384. All right, here's FFIE. FFIE coming back down into that $1 support level. I want to definitely look to get involved around $1, but stops just below $1, right? Stops right below $1. If it doesn't hold $1, I get out. Maybe re-enter down at these lower levels, but you know, 10,000 shares at a penny is what? $100. I risk what? $200, $300? That's about 2 to 3 cents at most on that kind of position. So I'd be okay with that. See what we do down around $1. So again, my risk is 2 to 3, and I know we have about 10 to 13 cents to the upside. So that could be a nice little trade, right? 10,000 shares off $1, stops around 97 cents at the lowest, about $300. We know we have potential to get 10 to 12 cents out of this. Let's see what we got going on. Careful with FFIE. Got rug pulled about a week or two ago when it was moving. Let's go back and look at how it was moving last week. And I wasn't here last week. Pop on up, and then it just drops. Pop on up, then it fades. Pops on up, and then it fades. And it does like to pop on up and fade, doesn't it? Good analysis. Good eye. Just remembering how the stocks moved in the past, it's definitely important because, hey, if it's done it consistently in the past, it'll probably do it again. Right? Not really a gap up, but it had a nice green day. Gaps up, goes red. Nice green day, gaps up, fades. Friday was a decent day. Like Friday was okay. I'm still curious. No, I didn't get the fill there. Right around $1. I'm liking ADTX, guys. ADTX looks like it wants to get that 350 break. I'm just not a high-a-day breakout trader, personally. I don't buy high and sell higher. I'm going to look and see if ADTX breaks. It looks like it wants to. It's a nice little ascending triangle breakout formation, guys. Right, so you have these nice higher lows off the 9 EMA with flat resistance at 350. That's an ascending triangle breakout formation here on ADTX. Right now, you could place your stops at 335. Got a 360 and a 384 target. So you got about 34 cents to the upside. You got a risk about 15 cents. So hey, got a nice little 2 to 1. You can put stops right below that VWAP. About 15 cents of risk. You have potential to 384 here on ADTX. Nice little ascending triangle breakout formation, guys. Right now, I'm watching ADTX here at this point in time. I am not in, but I definitely want to keep it on watch. Flat resistance at 350, building some nice higher lows. Looking like we have a potential ascending triangle breakout formation starting to form here. Also holding that 9 EMA on up as support. So let's see what happens here. We can hold above and stay above the 9 EMA and stay above this trend line. You could definitely see buyers move in for a 350 break, get that next leg up into the 380s. And I'm not in right now. I'm just kind of watching ADTX to see, is it going to hold that 9 EMA? Is it going to hold this little trend line? Is it still going to build these higher lows? Are we going to see that potential ascending triangle breakout? If so, maybe we have something here. But right now, I'm not in. I'm just sitting back, relaxed, waiting to see how this thing develops over the next few minutes. There was your 112 target, guys, over on FFIE. So you hit your 112 target. You got pretty darn close to $1. You're right around 101. It was definitely worth the $1 retest on FFIE, and it had that nice 12-cent push to the upside, 10-cent push right up to your target, guys. Good job if you took advantage of FFIE there. Right, LVTX, there is nothing here at this point in time. ISPC. Now we need to break 267 first before we see 3 at 324. So we'll still sit back on ISPC. A little bit of that dump here on ADTX. Not the best looking stock at this point in time. So MLCO shares are trading higher after the Macau officials signaled that COVID-19 travel restrictions will be lifted. So they're to reopen tours from mainland China. Casino stocks are climbing. MLCO right now at this point in time, getting some action towards it. Not too shabby. Currently up 23% right now on MLCO. Got to break 665. You know, if we can break 665 on MLCO, we have great potential to that 200 SMA. I do want to watch MLCO here. I definitely want to watch MLCO at this point in time. We can never get a break over that 665. That spiking high from June 28th. Hey, you have some potential up to the 200 SMA. That's at 722. Safely put stops there at 640. That's about 20 cents of risk. 20 cents of risk, and you have 40, 50, 60 cents of reward here on MLCO. Definitely doesn't look all that bad. Higher low, higher low, higher low. If we can just see some volume start to move on in and start to break that high a day, I do believe we can see a nice big spike up to 7 and then 722. You could safely get stops right at that 640 level, right below 640. Definitely doesn't look bad whatsoever. I am definitely thinking about getting a small entry here on MLCO. Just want to see a little bit more volume here. I may take a small little position right here around 660, looking for that possible break of 660 here. Not in yet, but I do think MLCO has really decent potential. Pretty good potential here. About 10,000 shares sitting on the ask at 658. It'd be like right around a 660-ish entry. Risk about 20 cents. Looking to make 40. 40 to 60 cents. But again, I'm not in right now at this point in time. I'm just kind of waiting to see what we do here for the next couple of moments. Could it be a little bit of this shoulder, head, shoulder? Do we have this really, really ugly head and shoulders? I doubt it. Really likes that 9 EMA here. Start to break that 666, 665. Definitely start to see it move on up. I'm going to start a position here. I think we're going to start to possibly get a little bit of a break over that high a day on MLCO. Starting to get a little bit of volume moving in right off that 9 EMA. Just curious to see if we get that break over high a day here. Starts to crack on down below the 9 EMA. I may get out. At the worst, I'd hold it all the way down to like 640. But that's at the absolute lowest. I want to see it push right here. That last candle Nice push off the 9 EMA. Decent increase in volume. I want to start to see it push in the next probably 2 to 3 minutes. A 660 cost basis. See if we can start to get that break over high a day here. Like the higher low off that 9 EMA. 665. We got to see a nice break on this candle. We just need to break it. We just break it. That'll definitely bring in some more buyers. There we go. Nice little break. Start to move on in a little bit more. We're going to go risk-free on our trade now. We're going to put stops back down at 660, which is below that 665 high. A nice little 11-cent pop. Not bad, not bad. 675 is resistance. Let's see what happens at 675, because we know 675 is a strong psychological level of resistance here. Let's see what kind of price action we have at that 675 mark. Where did our entries? Right around 660. I mean, I would let it at the lowest go down to probably 653 now. Right here underneath that low. So you're looking at like 653, 652. So I'm going to risk no more than 10 cents on this trade. So since my new risk is 10 cents, I like to lock in profits when I'm at a 1-to-1, right? So I'm in at 660 with an initial plan to stop out 20 cents away. Now my stop is going to be there at right around 650, no lower than 650. We're at a 1-to-1. So I'm going to lock in a little bit here at this 1-to-1. Scale out a little bit. Maybe we just lock in 250 shares. Yeah, let's go ahead and lock in 250 shares here. Doesn't hurt. Like to see it hold above 665, right? That was our prior high. It's actually 666. Bad number. Bad number, but I'd say 665. I'd like to really see it stay above 665. That would be a break and a retest. It'd be a break and a retest, and that would be okay. Nice little break, retest, see buyers move in, push over 674. We know we have room to the, $7 next. Then 722. Decent entry at 660. Not a bad entry at 660. I like it. See if we can start to get that push off that prior high. Nice little break and retest there. I still want to see it hold above the 9 EMA as well. Still like to see it hold that 9 EMA. Held it here. Kind of held it here. Lost it. But when we lost it, regained it really quick. Nice push off that 9 EMA. So I like to see it at the lowest. I mean, really still stay above that 9 EMA here. Right around that 660 mark. I don't want to add to it. But I'm not going to add to it. I'm just going to run this 1,000 share position on up and see if we can get that 7 to 720 mark. I'm very tempted to add to it, though. But I'm going to stick with what I have, and we'll see how this trade can develop for us. Lock in a little bit more here at that 670, 671 level, just because that is a 1-to-1, right? Risking 10 cents. Want to make 20 cents plus, but we're at a 10-cent profit with a 10-cent risk. I'm just going to start piecing out a little bit here at 670 just in case it doesn't break. It wouldn't be a big profit or anything like that, but it'd be something to at least start the Monday off good. Nice little base hit to get the ball rolling. It could be a little bit of that double top, formation. Definitely didn't break out and move the way I anticipated the breakout and the move. I anticipated that thing to really break out and get some action up to 7. But I know 675 is resistance. I didn't really expect it to be that strong of resistance here. We're going to start piecing it out a little bit more just because it's not really seeing that volume and that consistency and that continuation. It's just kind of struggling a little bit. Could be a little bit of this double top, and I'd rather walk away with a couple dollars than, $0. See, if we can break 675, great. I still have half my position on the table. I'm going to go put that hard stop at break even. So we're going to go stop loss, MLCO, and we're going to put that at 660 here, actually. We're going to go hard stop at break even. We got a 660 entry, 625. So yeah, we'll go 625, 660 stop. Go ahead and put that in the system, and we'll just see if MLCO can get to that 7 and 722 target, guys. Thoughts on the Qs at resistance? I'm looking to short it back to 276. Let's go see. Thoughts on the Qs at resistance here. I mean, you got some major divergence, right? You can see that divergence here, right? Where you put in this high for momentum, putting in this higher high here. Yeah, if you want to take it, you got to take it right now. You want to take this short, you're getting it to the penny at resistance. Like literally, boop, right now. That's it. You're getting it right here at 278.80. All right, you already know, like, what are you going to risk? 50 cents? Right, you're going to start with one contract, risk 50 cents, $1, right? But if you're going to take that short at resistance, you're jumping in to the penny, and you're looking for it to come really falling on down. I know it's a risky trade. It's not a double top. With a downtrend and a crack of the uptrend, with divergence, with the MACD to the RSI times 2 to the penny. I know it's not like the best strategy. It's a dip buy. It's a reversed dip buy, right? So how many times have you seen a stock dump on down to a support level and it bounce, right? Those are dip buys. I love dip buys. So this is in a sense a dip buy, right? Dip buys are overextended moves to the downside into support and they bounce. This is an overextended move to the upside into resistance for a rejection. So it's the opposite of the typical dip buy, right? You got long dip buys and you have short, I guess. We call them pop buys. We're going to call them pop, right? They dip on down, they pop. We'll call them pop buys, right? You got a pop buy right here. But yeah, that would be something that you'd be looking to nail to the penny and then look for that reversal to start taking place and for the stock not to break that level of resistance. And your resistance was 278.80. So you would have been getting in at 278.80, right? Now your stop loss, I would say, is 279.20, 279.30 at the most. Maybe you're taking some profits here. You up 40 cents. I don't know what your plan is, but that's your resistance level. Maybe you can run a trend line on this bad boy, right? Go ahead and grab yourself a trend line. All right, if you ever crack this trend line, when you have this very clean divergence, hey, you have a nice little short-term reversal coming on up. It's definitely a possibility. Back down to 276. SPRO is a prior day mover. Moving again. Let's go look at SPRO. It looks like I was trading this one maybe a couple weeks back. Why is it up? HC Wainwright adjusts the price target to 6 from 7. Analyst / price target on lift by 68%. Policy group predicts. Okay, that doesn't really. So HC Wainwright's maintaining a buy on the stock, but lowering the price target to 6 on SPRO. Gap fill up at 469. You got a gap fill at 469. But you got to break 240. So if you can break 240, you got a nice gap fill to 469. You're on SPRO. So I wouldn't touch it until we break 240. Personally, I'd wait for a 240 break. Then we know, hey, we got great potential to fill that gap up towards around. Going to readjust and say 464. We're on a trend line. Do you have a trend line? Yeah, you got a nice little trend line here. I would say if you want to get in early, you're buying off the trend line on SPRO. Got 1 point, 2 point, 3 point. You want to get in early, you're buying above the VWAP as well. So as long as you stay above the VWAP that you've held all day, and as long as you hold this trend line, you can be getting in here 215. Stop losses below $2. Ideally, you want to see a nice break over 240. Get a break over 240. I mean, hey, probably not going to happen all at once, all today. But you could definitely see this continue to grind on up today into the end of the week to fill that 464 gap here on SPRO. Dip buys and pop sells. There we go. We got a dip buy and we got a pop sell. I like it. A pop and drop. No, we'll call it the pop, lock and drop it. Who did that song? Pop, lock, and drop it. Huey. We'll call it the Huey. All right. We got a Huey inbound, guys. All right. We got a Huey on the SPY right now. Got a Huey on the Qs. What do you mean? We got a pop, lock, and drop it. Funny. Guys, and your sense of humor. Boo. A chicken pot pie. I like it, Nick. Yeah, we'll call it the chicken pot pie. I can dig it. Let's go lock in some profits here. No, we're still doing okay on MLCO. I do want to lock in maybe a little bit more, though. We're very close to $7. We got about, what, 30 cents a share out of that? It's not bad. Not bad. Let's lock in a little bit more here, though. Let's go ahead and cancel out. We're going to lock in maybe 125. Yeah, we'll go ahead and cancel that out. And we'll go ahead and sell another 125 shares here. And we'll just start piecing this out little by little. We're up over $200. Yeah, we'll start scaling out. We're close to target. We got 30 cents a share out of it. I'm not going to be greedy for 10 cents. I'll take 30 cents a share out of it. So I have 375 shares left. See if we get another little 10-cent pop. That's like $30. Yeah, I'll add another $30 to the bottom line. That'd be okay. There we go. Still rocking and rolling. All right, I'm walking away from it, and I'm out. I'll take $250. I'll take it. Not a bad trade. Not a bad little trade. Nice low risk, decent reward. Not too shabby. It worked out. I'll take it. Whoop. The chicken pop pie. Chicken pot pie. I love it. What do you call it? The chicken pop pie. All right, so MLCO, not bad. Let's see if it sets back up. This is a decent stock. Pretty consistent. I like the daily technicals. I like that 665 break over daily resistance. It was also the prior high a day, right? So it was a high a day break. Also that daily resistance. And I really liked how we lost the 9 EMA, got right back above it on decent volume. And then we just pulled back into the 9 EMA after we regained it. And we saw a pop in volume off the 9 EMA. So it was definitely worth the risk there off that higher low formation above the 9 EMA. We saw volume move in. We saw those technicals being respected. It was a nice little break over that daily high. Nice little break over high a day. And look at the potential that we had. We had room to 7 and then 722. Well worth the risk. I know I talk profits quick. That's just how I do things. I take profits quick. But it was a really nice little setup there, guys. Good job. Good job. Not really a fan of FFIE, guys. I'm not really a fan of FFIE. And here's why. This is what I'm starting to see here on FFIE at this point in time. Is I see a little bit of this leg on up. We put in this high. We put in this higher high at our 112 resistance. And now we're starting to bounce on up. This could very well turn into a little bit of a lower high formation, right? We could definitely start to see this be a little bit of a lower high. And that would give us a little bit of this, little bit of a neckline here, right? Let's go ahead and switch this over to yellow. We want to make this a thick point. Fantastic. We got a little bit of this potential neckline here on FFIE. And that could be a potential head and shoulders formation here over on FFIE, right? We'd have a little bit of this left shoulder, potential head. That could be a potential right shoulder. That may lead to this thing cracking on down and starting to fall and fade just a little bit lower. So keep it on watch. If we ever get stuffed, or the left shoulder got stuffed, right around that 106, 107, and you see 106, 107 resistance again, definitely looking like a head and shoulders formation, guys. I would definitely be cautious with FFIE. So possible little head and shoulders formation on FFIE. Be cautious. So again, be careful on FFIE here. Where did your 368.68 level come from on the SPY? I look left. So look left. Throw it into a 5-minute time frame. All right, so what we got here is Friday's pre-market low, 368.78. Right, pre-market low. Pre-market low. You see a little bit of a double bottom off that level. Guess what it turns into? Resistance, resistance, resistance. Look at that, just really nice area. 368.80. 1, 2, 3, 4 times that support. 1, 2, 3 times as resistance. It got pretty darn close here, right? Got within 10 cents Friday in post-market, which validates this level. And it was also a resistance level here in pre-market today. You just open this thing up and you see, wow, 3 points of support Friday, 3 points of resistance on Friday. You got within 10 cents in post-market on Friday. It's respecting that 368.80 level. Give or take 10 cents, 20 cents plus or minus. And that's where we gauged that 368.82 level from. And hey, that was a great Huey, right? That was a fantastic Huey trade there, guys, right? Pop, lock, and drop. And if you missed the first one, you had your second opportunity there, guys. Good job. Oh, and you had your trend line. And you had your trend line on the play as well. The trend line. Had your trend line there for the crack. I know we were looking at the Qs, right? Still have the trend line here. 278.80. I know you said the SPY, but I want to show you on the Qs as well. Right? Because it was the Qs. Same thing as we go back, look at Thursday's low. 278.80. 279. Thursday's low. Right, so it came right up towards around that low from Thursday. Crack the trend line. We have divergence. Not a bad little trade there. SPY was a lot better for sure. Same thing. Divergence. Off a level of resistance. Cracking the trend line. That is my favorite short strategy. All right, so FFIE, just be cautious on that potential head and shoulders formation. All right, just be a little careful on that head and shoulders formation with FFIE, guys. Starting to get stuffed right at the left shoulder. Right around 108, 107. Yeah, if you can't break above 107, 108, and you start to come on down, I would short FFIE. FFIE shortable. But definitely looking like a head and shoulders. I would definitely be cautious to the long side. Not a fan of the price action on ISPC, so I'm not going to be looking to trade that. AMPX is just really taking its time. really taking its time here. We do have some room up to that $15 level. Might be a good time to go stop loss at break even here. What was the entry again? AMPX entry at 1228. 1228 is way back down here at the trend line. What was my stop loss? Stop loss is at 1289. What? Oh, 1180. I was like, what? 1180. 1180. I have an 1180 stop. Yeah, we got the high, the low, the higher high, maybe a higher low. If we start to get a higher high, I would go risk free on a higher high for sure. I'm still going to keep my 1180 stop loss in the system. The cost basis wasn't right at 12 bucks that I wanted, but pretty darn close. We got to fill at 1228. I don't know if I want to go risk-free just yet. I may bring it up underneath low of day because low of day was 1213. We may go like a 1205. Yeah, we can bring it up to like 1205 here. Go ahead and click the, let's replace that 1180 order. All right, so sell 250 stop, and we're going to go 1205. Preview that. We got a sell at 15, which was Friday's high. And we're going to go a stop loss now at 1205, which is actually underneath low a day. Right? Because low a day today was 1214. If we make a low a day, then it's probably going to come dumping on down anyway, right? So where was low a day? 1214. We can actually go 1210 on the stop loss. Go 1210. Preview that in. Replace the order. Boop, 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 boop. And okay, cool. So we brought that up 30 cents. So we're going to salvage maybe $75 of loss. And that's a good stop loss. Being able to bring that up, that's a very logical area to bring that on up. I mean, we could lock it up right now if we wanted to. I mean, there's literally no volume on this. Leaving a couple upper shadows here. You kind of did the same thing Friday, right? Didn't really do too much. And then boom! Right around, what, 10:30? Really started to take on off. I'm going to hold it a little bit longer. I think it's still intact for now. We'll see. So that's what we got with AMPX. ADTX. Not really too much going on here. Oh, wow. Yeah, you got to take profits quick. Why you take profits quick, guys? That's still a great trade. Still a fantastic trade. We know VWAP loves to bounce, though, right? We know that VWAP absolutely loves to bounce. What are we got going on? Is there anything else moving that we are maybe missing? Do we got LVTX? Anything going on there? That thing's done. FFIE. Head and shoulders formation. Would have been nice to short that. What about DRTT? How many news on DRTT? News on it. Go see if there's any filings on DRTT here. So one thing I want everybody doing if you're not trading, like in all seriousness, what's something that you guys should be doing today? If you didn't already do this, maybe end of last week, okay? What's something that you should be doing like right now, today? What do you guys think? You should have been doing it late last week, to be completely real with you. But what is something that you guys should be doing right now today? Again, if we get 20 people to do this, just imagine how much opportunity there's going to be for everybody inside a chat versus just one person doing it. Anybody know? What should everybody be doing right now at this point in time to get prepared for this week into next week, maybe for the next couple of months, on how you can actually make money to the long side in a bear market? What do you mean? Not trading inverse ETFs either, but how you can actually look to lock in some great profits the long side in a bear market. And no, we are not trading in. What everybody be doing right now? What's going on in the world? Catherine said buying I bonds. Come on, guys. What do we got going on? What's getting ready to smack Florida? A possible Cat 4 hurricane, right? If we get smacked, I'm in the Tampa Bay area, by the way, so just give you guys a heads up. If I don't show up Wednesday, just understand because there's a hurricane, right? If I'm not here Thursday and Friday, just understand it's because I probably don't have internet if we get smacked, okay? So just give you guys a heads up. But if this hurricane rips through Florida as a Cat 4 that it's projected at right now, right? That is going to absolutely destroy what? Homes? Yeah, homes getting destroyed. Cars, vehicles? Yeah, maybe cars and vehicles getting flooded. I got a boat. What if the whole freaking high and dry storage unit just falls apart and destroys all the boats? The insurance company got to pay me out so I can go buy a new boat. Maybe boat sales can start going on up. Look at companies that manufacture parts or sell boats. I had someone on TikTok that they say, what about CarMax? Yeah, right? People got to go out and buy cars, right? If everybody's cars are getting flooded and destroyed, insurance is going to pay people out. Again, for possible cars, homes, right? What about home builders? About materials, right? Think about what types of stocks could actually do well, if this hurricane does destroy things. And even if it doesn't hit us dead on, we're already expected to get well over a few feet of storm surge. That could really cause a lot of damage. So again, no one ever wants to bank on natural disasters, but let's be honest, when there is a natural disaster, that will allow some stocks to absolutely thrive. So what everybody should be doing today is what stocks could thrive and do well if this natural disaster, Hurricane Ian, completely tears stuff up, right? That's how the professionals think. That's what the professionals are doing. So again, think about these things. What are people doing right now? Going out and buying a ton of things, right, to get prepared, right? Consumer staples. They're out there just buy. You're not going to see that right now at this point in time, but you could see that trickle in 3 to 6 months, right? As far as earnings and revenue goes. Probably not so much from a consumer staple standpoint, but think about like generators, cars, boats, materials, home builders, stuff like that. Definitely something to think about. Definitely something to start building a list of maybe 5 to 10 stocks that you think could do well if this hurricane absolutely destroys some things. If you don't know, go back and look at, again, the last hurricane or the last natural disaster. What stocks did well due to that natural disaster? Again, that's what everybody should be doing right now at this point in time, if you ask me, is building yourself a nice little list of companies that could thrive, that could do well if Florida gets schmacked. See, again, Corey, thinking outside the box. I like it. If the storm takes out any oil rigs in the Gulf, oil prices could get wild. Absolutely. 100%. This is blowing right through the Gulf, right? Go take a look at oil. What's oil at? Oil's at $80 a barrel. It's not bad, right? You can play some call options on what's the oil ETF? I don't remember what the oil ETF. You can play call options on that. Go, 60, 90 days out. There's so many things that you could be doing, guys. Good excuse, blame a hurricane. Yeah, good excuse, right? Good excuse, man. Blame the hurricane. You're not here. It's because you got a hurricane. You don't have power. You don't have a generator. I'll find a way to show up, guys. We'll find a way to make it happen. I want to be here. But, yeah, hopefully it blows over. Hopefully it just hits the Gulf and just kind of falls apart and then just blows into maybe, I don't know, Georgia, maybe the Panhandle, Alabama, Mississippi. I don't know. But maybe we can just get it to kind of just blow through. That's what I'm going to be doing. That's what I was doing last week. Doing it this weekend. And I'm going to continue to do my research. today, and I'm going to start, looking at, possible investment opportunities, and have a list of stocks that could do well, depending on what happens over the next few days. Again, you guys, again, absolutely doing fantastic. Corey, great insight, man. And then literally all you do is you categorize things. Oil. Okay, now we'll look at oil companies, oil ETFs. Generators. People need generators. Right? Okay, so look at generator companies. What are other things that people may need, right? We already talked about vehicles. Cars and boats, for example. Materials. Home builders. Right? What's something else you guys can think of? Right? Oil, generators, vehicles, materials, builders. What are some other companies that you think could potentially thrive if something bad were to happen? Home Depot, right? That falls in the materials section, right? So we're looking at like categories, right? Like materials, Home Depot, Lowe's, right? Any other types of categories like materials, like builders, any other types of categories you think? And then we'll take those categories and throw the best stocks in each category, right? Batteries, maybe that falls under like the generator category, right? Like alternative electricity. Maybe we just do an alternative electricity category. That can consist of batteries. That can consist of generators, right? Absolutely, 100%. Bottled water, right? That's going to be a consumer staple, right? So we do a consumer staple category. We think of like bottled water and stuff like that. Absolutely. Insurance, right? Yeah, insurance for sure. Right? We're getting these categories. And then what we're going to do is find the top 3 to 5 stocks within each category. And we definitely want to keep those on watch. We definitely want to monitor those. MLCO. Good stuff if you guys took that trade with me. Good job. MLCO, very close to our target. Now it's very tempting. Take a short position. MLCO. Right off. It's 200 SMA. It really is. I want to see what happens at the 200 SMA here on MLCO. MLCO, 200 SMA, 723. Let's see what happens. MLCO up towards around 723. Do we have any trend line that we can pair with it? A higher time frame analysis that helps suggest a reversal? Not really. If anything, there's a decent amount of strength here on MLCO. Could probably, that's not a good trend line. What do we got? A trend line here? Yeah, little bit. The wedge? Yeah, kinda got one. You got this trend line up, the trend line off the highs. Got some divergence setting in. I mean, it's worth watching. We'll keep it on watch. Yeah, every travel companies, rental cars. I like it, right? Travel. Think of travel, Airbnbs, hotels. Absolutely. From an earnings standpoint, that could have a trickle effect. What? Next quarter earnings. Absolutely. Think about travel, right? So just label travel. You think of like Hertz, right? You think of Airbnb. Think of like Marriott. You think of like these hotels. Think of these, United, American, stuff like that. Southwest. Absolutely. These are great things to look at, guys. But then what we want to do is rate our categories. Right? We want to rate the categories from the categories that can perform the best and categories that may not perform the best. I mean, they may perform, but maybe not the best performance. So if we actually, let's go ahead and make a list. That's all we're going to do, right? Actually, we'll do this around 11 o'clock. This is going to be our little bit of a lesson for today, right? Again, thinking of what's going on in the world, what's going on in the economy, and how can that directly impact the stock market. You don't just have to come in and trade penny stocks. You don't have to just come in and wait to buy shares of Apple. You can think outside the box. A lot of people don't do this. A lot of people are emotional. Oh my gosh, there's a hurricane. I haven't heard anybody else talk about the hurricane and how that could impact stocks in a good way. But that's what we're doing. Natural disaster right around the corner. if this happens, what could we see happen here? We're already ahead of the curve. It's not like we're going to come into the market and see, oh, wow, why is this stock up 20, 30, 40%? Oh, it's a material company. Ah, that would make sense. The hurricane. We're already thinking about this ahead of time. So we're already one step ahead. So that's what we're going to do around 11 o'clock is we're going to build the list, right? We're going to categorize everything out. We're going to go find these best stocks and put into these categories. And we have something to watch. We have a nice little watch list over the next few months of companies that could do well based on what happens in the next few days. And really the topic and the takeaway there would be think outside the box, right? What's going on in the world? What's going on in the economy? And how can that directly impact certain sectors and certain stocks within the market? And how can you profit on those stocks? How can you profit off those sectors? Being one step ahead, doing what the pros do, guys. All right, so I'm not really seeing too much right now at this point in time. If you guys see anything that stands out, please let me know. I'm not really seeing that much. MLCO, still not bad, right? MLCO still looking pretty good, right? You take a look at like ADTX, got this really ugly head and shoulders formation, guys, right? You got a pretty ugly head and shoulders formation at this point in time here on ADTX. So I'm not really seeing anything here, right? You got this big spike on up into 350 resistance, false break, followed by a rug pull, and now you're starting to see that lower high. You got a left shoulder, got a head, a little bit of a right shoulder. Here is your neckline. You're looking for the neckline to crack, and you'll probably start to see it fade and fall on off a little bit. So be careful, be cautious. Got a little bit of this head and shoulders formation on ADTX. Okay, so you got a little bit of that possible head and shoulders on ADTX. Be careful. CLH cleanup. Catherine coming in. What's there's your head and shoulders, by the way, on ADTX. So what is, let's look at CLH, right? That's a category. Cleanup, right? Who's going to come through and clean everything up, right? So cleanup. Clean up, everybody, everywhere. Clean Harbors, right? Clean Harbors provides environmental and industrial services in North America. The company operates through two segments, environmental services and safety clean sustainability solutions. The environmental services segment collects, transports, treats, and disposes hazardous and non-hazardous waste, such as resource recovery, physical treatment, fuel blending, incineration, landfill disposal, wastewater treatment, lab chemical disposal, and explosives management services, and clean pack services. So again, abso-freaking-lutely. Absolutely. Why not? Right? Why not CLH? Why not look at it? Doesn't hurt, right? CLH. Now, what's one thing that you can do? One thing you can do is when you have a company, you're like, oh my gosh, yeah, this company could do well, right? What was the last natural disaster, right? Well, I would say when Hurricane Irma blew through in 2017, September 2017, that destroyed the Keys. Destroyed the Keys. Now, did this company do anything or even budge or react in 2017? Just to get an idea. All you have to do is go back to 2017, September. 2017 in September, right? We saw the stock move up. I'm not saying that's exactly why the stock moved up, but the stock moved up a little bit. CLH 2017 in September. You know, so just worth looking at. Absolutely. I like that. Right? So we're going to start making a list, right? CLH, right? Cleanup services, disposal. That's a great idea. They cleaned the oil after Katrina, and after reading more of their profile, they dispose and get rid of a lot more, right? A lot more. 2 segments. So yeah, they cleaned the oil after Hurricane Katrina. Hurricane Katrina was August of 2005. So we'll go back, 2005. So we'll go 2005 in August. Look at that. Whoop. Nice big move. Tons of volume. It's definitely worth watching. Definitely worth watching. Absolutely, guys. Like, why not? Right? We got tons of opportunity. Tons of opportunity in this market. CLH is a good one. We'll continue with our list building here at 11 o'clock. All right, MLCO starting to roll on over off that high. FFIE jumping on down. Head and shoulders formation. AMPX. I'm still holding this long with the 1205 stop. ADTX. Head and shoulders formation playing on out. If you guys are looking at SPY and Qs, your next trade on the SPY is down at the trend line. Right? So your next trade here on the SPY, I would say, back down at your trend line. Same thing with, not really. Maybe. Yeah. I would say next trade on the Qs could be right here off this trend line, guys. We all know the SPY has room to 373. Where are the Qs going? Never really gauged an overhead target on the Qs. Qs pretty much smack dab into that Thursday bottom at 279.40. Where could we be going to next? $282. SPY still has room to 373.41. LVTX. Let's go look at LVTX. Back above 5, and I like it. If ever get back above $5, I like it. Potential. Downtrend here? Yeah, you got a downtrend here. Kinda. Where are we taking the downtrend from? That high? To that high into that high? Yep. Nice little downtrend. I like it. I like it. Could be a little bit of a boom, boom, bang. Not really a boom, boom, bang. Just a break of the downtrend. Right, you came on down pretty darn close to that pre-market pullback low. Nice big double bottom. Back up to $5 as well as this downtrend. Yeah, this isn't bad at all. I like it on LVTX. I mean, this is what I would, anticipate seeing for a trade. I mean, we don't have to see this, but if we do see this, there's a trade. Trend line starts up here, 0.1. Trend line connects here, 0.2. Trend line's connecting right here, 0.3. Not only is that our downtrend on the third point, it's also $5 resistance. And we're starting to see our rejection after we just put in a double bottom. So we have market structure, double bottom. We have a downtrend, and we just hit 0.3, and we're getting rejected. If we see a little something like this, where we start to pull back, but stay above that double bottom low, and we start to break the downtrend on point number 4, boom. Watch for the break above 5 and the downtrend. Watch it for it to pull back to $5, hold support, start its next leg to the upside. I would expect it to look a little something like this. All right, not exactly, but I would expect to see a break of the downtrend on point 4 up to 5. Look for a $5 break. Look for the stock to pull back and hold $5 as new support, then possibly start going on its next leg on up. Here on LVTX. Again, support down here at 440. You do not want to see 440 support crack. I like it. I'm going to throw this up inside a chat as well in our levels room. You guys kind of have an idea of what we're looking at here on LVTX and kind of how we would want to see something like that play out. Now, again, it's not going to look exactly like that, but it gives you an idea of the type of formation that we're expecting here on LVTX. So massive head and shoulders on FFIE. Pretty much nailed it, though. We were on top of that. We were on top of ADTX. The SPY, you still got time down to the trend line. The Qs, you're right at the trend line. There could be a trade here on the Qs, guys. There could be a trade here on the Qs off the trend line if you like it. I'm personally not taking it. I'm up 250. It's not one of those killer trades that just really pulls me in, right? Looking at MLCL, it just kind of really pulled me in. I liked it. I was willing to take advantage of it. When I look at the Qs, decent setup, right? It could absolutely hold the trend line and move back up. You're at trend line support, right? Stops below the trend line, target a high a day. I'm just not going to take that trade personally because it's not something that really pulls me in. Not one of my strategies. So just keeping it simple, guys. Keeping it simple. And that's a little too simple. A little too simple. MLCO was pretty nice across the board. Definitely had that look to it. Looking pretty decent. Not too shabby. Do we have any questions? Let me know. And right now, it's a slower day, afternoon. I wouldn't say slower day. It's a little bit of a slower afternoon. Sure. So actually, you know, if you guys have any questions, let me know. If not, we're going to start diving into our list building a little early because it's not like we're really missing too much in the market. And the only thing I want to keep on watch is LVTX. I would say LVTX for the possible break of the downtrend. You guys like that? You guys like that trade? Then AMPX, if you're not already in it, I would not be getting in it right now, but you do have, we're just going to show you what we have here on AMPX and why it looks decent. On the 1 minute, you can't see a dang thing. But what I'm noticing is we have that nice rip on up with really decent volume, and all it's been doing is consolidating for the past 30 minutes. But what we see is it's respecting its VWAP, which is good. It's holding the VWAP. It's really finding to stay above that 9 EMA, which is good as well. What we can see is that 20 EMA may start to cross above the VWAP as well. And that's a sign of bullishness, right? When that 9 crosses the VWAP, that's a sign of bullishness. When you get that 20 to cross above the VWAP as well, that's another sign of bullishness, right? So it'd be really nice to see both of those moving averages above that VWAP there. And potentially, we may start to get a little bit of a break of that downtrend. You got a little bit of a flag formation. Rip on up, 1, 2, 3, 4 candles to the upside on increased volume, followed by a period of consolidation. Now we just need to see if we can break out of this consolidation on AMPX and breaking to the upside, breaking that downtrend. We could definitely start to see that next leg on up. We got a $15 target today with AMPX. So that's what I notice right now with AMPX. I still have that trade from this morning down around that 1228, 1230 area. And I'm still okay with holding this. Right now, as long as we're above the 20, ideally the 9 as well, and that VWAP, and we can break to the upside out of this consolidation, I do believe we have some potential. Even if you just do a measured move, right? A lot of traders like doing measured moves. Right, you have the low of the flag to the high of the flag, and you put it right at the breakout point. That gives you a measured move up towards around 1450. You're on AMPX. So I may readjust my take profit, maybe right around that 1450 level, not be greedy all the way to 15, but you know, if we get the break out of this consolidation, we put in a new daily high above 1370, start to see it push above 14. I may scale out a little bit above 14 here and, you know, walk away with a couple bucks. But you know, AMPX doesn't look bad. It still looks okay. It looks okay right now at this point in time. So I'm still holding this one. And I do have that stop loss down right below low of day. Looking to see if we can break the upside and get some action. LVTX, big red. Yeah, definitely. Still has potential though. Yeah, I mean, I think we can go ahead and go 3-minute time frame just because of how choppy it is today and how slow it is this afternoon. I want to see a higher low hold here. I want to see some kind of higher low start to hold here on LVTX. If we come down and put in a lower low, it's coming back off the watch list. Coming right back off that watch list. MLCO is still on watch. And it's definitely a bit of a slower afternoon, guys. You know, just it is what it is. We had some great action out of the gate. ADTX, decent. We took that AMPX position. So far, so good. Currently up maybe like 80 cents a share. Not bad. FFIE was pretty good too out of the gate. MLCO, I still want to watch this for a 200 SMA rejection. 200 SMA right now is at 723. Want to see if this thing ever gets rejected and stuffed right around 273 for a nice short over lunch. And still going to watch LVTX and see if we can put in a higher low and maybe eventually break this downtrend. All right, so give me a couple minutes. I'm going to use the restroom really quick. Come back, see what we have with LVTX, see what we have with AMPX and MLCO. If it's still a bit on the slower side, we're going to dive into an early afternoon discussion. We're going to talk about categorizing certain like different types of sectors and classifications of stocks that could do well with the upcoming potential natural disaster that could really help some stocks do well and where we could look to make some money in the meantime, guys. So we'll do that here in about 3 to 5 minutes. Again, taking a quick little restroom break. You guys can do the same. We'll come back, see what we have, dive into it, and we'll make it happen, guys. I'll see you guys back here in just a sec. Alrighty, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's make sure we're not missing anything. And then we'll dive into our list building. We'll have some fun with it, guys. We'll make it happen. Still, again, watching MLCO. Definitely want to watch MLCO. Back up towards around 723. That's your 200-day moving average. And if we ever see a clear-cut reason to short the stock off of its 200 SMA, I definitely want to think about shorting the stock. Give me a second. I'm trying to get readjusted and my life situated. That's much better. So, yeah, watching MLCO. I'm taking FFIE off the watch list. AMPX, I'm really not a fan of this price action, guys. I'm not a fan of what's going on with the stock. I'm going to go stop losses at break even. If it was going to go, it would have went. I'm not really digging what we have here at this point in time. My entry was at 1228. I'm going to replace this with a stop at 1228. I mean, right now, it's just not really looking like it wants to get that action. If it sets back up, it sets back up. Be more than happy to jump back in, but starting to dump on down a little bit. If it wants to squeeze and break, let it squeeze and break. But right now, I'm just not really seeing that action. So we got a cost basis here at 1228. Let me make sure there was my fill at 1228. We got a sell order up there at 15. That may come down a bit. We got to stop at break even. So we're going to run this break even out this point in time. I think that's the best thing to do when you're already, you know, a little over an hour into a trade that really had potential to make its move, and it's just struggling right now at this point in time. So, still profitable. We could lock in a couple bucks, but and yeah, the only thing that I'm seeing that has potential, LVTX. LVTX, guys. So, one big W, one big double bottom formation here on LVTX, followed by a break of the downtrend. Could definitely send the stock back up to 5. If we ever start to break $5 and the VWAP, hey guys, we do have some decent potential to 550 and then 6. So this is the #1 stock right now at this point in time. Is going to be ticker LVTX. I'm not really seeing too much right now. MLCO. Now, I like MLCO. We ever get, say, a higher high, but we see divergence at the same time. Maybe we get a 5-minute reversal candle, right? We got a few reasons that suggest a short position. We could definitely see a short off of the 200 SMA of 723. So I'm definitely thinking short MLCO, but we have a little bit more time on that. Again, we just discussed AMPX and what I did with my position from this morning. ADTX, there's nothing here. And the SPY and the Qs are just kind of starting to slow down a bit, starting to fall below those trend lines. And again, we're just losing a lot of this volume and a lot of this volatility and movement as we come into lunch, which is expected. So again, the only opportunities right now at this point in time, I mean right now, at this time, within the next 5-10 minutes, that you could have a nice trade. LVTX. LVTX, guys, all eyes. And that's exactly what we're looking for. We're just going to go ahead and throw this now on a 5-minute time frame. Show you guys what I'm seeing. If you guys do not see what we have here on LVTX. And again, we just have this really nice downtrend. 0.1, 0.2, 0.3. Right, stocks pulling on back, getting rejected, coming down, bouncing right off that 439 pullback low from pre-market. Bouncing on up to point number 3, getting rejected, coming back down, and giving us a slightly higher low formation, giving us a little bit of this W. What are W's? W's are market structure, right? So we're getting this higher low formation in the form of a W, indicating market structure. We know that downtrends or uptrends, just trend lines in general, like to be broken and cracked on the 4th attempt. Typically, that's when these are 80-20 setups, right? 80% of the time, when we go to break a downtrend on 0.4, they break. So we know we have high probabilities to see this stock break the downtrend on the 4th attempt after putting in a double bottom, which is market structure. right? You're starting to really put a lot of these odds in your favor that this could really work on out for you, right? So a break of the downtrend, you can definitely see the VWAP in $5 resistance. Okay, so your first target would be $5. Okay, your second target, I would say point number 2, that's going to put you up towards around $5.60. So you got your first target at 5, second target at $5.60, and then you have a $6 third target. So you got your first target, second target, you have your third target. Okay, where your entry is probably going to be on this play if you get it. Break of the downtrend. Call it 475 entries, right? Give or take, wouldn't you say? Right around 475. Let's go ahead and go here. Your entry is probably going to be, $4.75. I would think that's probably right around where you're getting filled. And then where's your stop loss going to be on this? Well, you got to put it under support. So your stop loss, that's a really thick pin. Let's change the thickness there. Okay, your stop loss here is going to be underneath that low. So you're probably going to put a stop loss right there at 438. So at least you have your levels. You got a 475. Ideal entry here over on LVTX. That's going to be a break of this downtrend after we just discussed what we have, your first, second, third target, and know where your stop loss ideally should be. So this gives you a good foundation to continue to tweak and build a plan upon, right? Not saying this is the plan you have to go with, but this gives you a nice, strong, solid foundation, right? You got an 80-20 setup, assuming we break the downtrend off this double bottom, giving us a little bit of this higher low. The stock had some good news this morning. The stock's a nice, low float play as well. It's meeting the criteria to be a nice little break and a nice little run here, maybe between 11 to 12 o'clock. Definitely worth keeping on watch. This is the only stock right now that even looks decent at this point in time. So I'm going to go ahead and throw this one up in levels real quick. So you guys are all set, ready to rock and roll here with LVTX. You guys know exactly what to expect, where the ideal entry is, where the ideal stop loss is, and your ideal targets. Now, again, you can tweak these and make it your own, but now you have a nice little foundation of, hey, pretty good trade, pretty good plan. Let's see what we got coming on up, guys. About 20 cents of risk, and you're looking about 40 cents into your first target, give or take. I'm personally waiting for MLCO short. I'm personally waiting for an MLCO short position off the 200 SMA. And I like to pair these shorts with trend lines, and look at that. We got a pretty decent trend line here at this point in time. What do we get? We get a higher high with divergence, get a higher time frame. Reversal candle as well, followed by a crack of the trend line. I like what we're seeing here with MLCO for a possible LVTX. You guys are all set, ready to rock. You got your plans built. This is the best looking opportunity to the long side at this point in time. I'm looking for that MLCO short. Want to see a crack of this trend line here on MLCO. Want to see some better divergence, a little bit more validated, a little bit better here. I'd like to see it a little bit closer to that 200 SMA. So again, I'm looking for maybe like a higher high formation with that really clear-cut divergence. Then we start to get tight, crack the trend line for a nice big dump. That would be absolutely fantastic. And I would expect it to kind of look a little something like this, where again it comes on down. We got to change that color. Change the color. We gotta change these colors here. Can I change these? We got red, yeah, blue. Let's change blue Green. Can you change these colors here? Ah, you can't. Change that here in a minute. We'll go back to white. Cool. So again, you come into this trend line, bounce. I would expect maybe to see it bounce a little bit here, back up to that 200 SMA, then start to maybe do a little something like this to where we hit that 200 SMA nearly to the penny. We have this higher high formation. Would like to see this divergence still set in. So we have divergence. We have the higher high off that 200 SMA on the daily chart. Then we start to crack that trend line and get just a massive little drop, just a nice big dump, a nice big drop here on MLCO. I would expect to see it maybe play out like that. Maybe bounce right here up to that 723 resistance, 200 SMA. I'm down, crack the trend line, drop on off a little bit, have a nice little short entry back down to that VWAP right around 680. I think that's a great plan. I think that's a great idea. Definitely want to keep that on watch. ADTX can come off the watch list. Come on, what's up, man? I hope you feel better, buddy. I hope you feel better. Happy to be back. Feel good, ready to attack it. Said, man, I hope you get feeling a little bit better, boss. All right, so let's go ahead and start diving into it, guys. Right, you got your plans built, everything. You're all set on LVTX. You know what I'm looking at here on MLCO. And I'm going to put, yeah, we're going to keep MLCO up. I'm going to also put it off to the side here. MLCO, because I don't want to miss that potential. Sure, if we get it. But let's go ahead and start doing this. Let's just go ahead and open up maybe like a sticky note. STICKY, like a sticky note. And we're going to just start doing this the old-fashioned way. We're going to get ourselves a nice little handy-dandy sticky note here. And what we're going to do is just start listing out categories. Right, we're going to start with categories and then stocks that fall in to those categories. Right, again, with that potential natural disaster with Hurricane Ian right around the corner, why not get prepared and see, are there stocks, are there companies that could potentially go up in value depending on how damaging this hurricane is? So let's go ahead and start with like the top categories, right? Corey had a very good point there, and Corey was discussing like oil, right? So let's go ahead and put down oil, right? I think that's great, right? Another one, materials, materials, right? Materials, okay, right? If, you know, houses go crumbling and falling apart, well, you're going to need material to rebuild the houses. What else are you going to need? People to build them. Builders, right? So we got builders. So we got like maybe some oil companies, like Corey's analogy and Corey's, not analogy, but thesis. If it blows through and messes up some oil rigs, that could definitely send oil on a nice little tick up, nice little grind on up. So oil, materials, right? Houses fall apart. You're going to need to rebuild those homes and rebuild those houses. Builders, you're going to need someone to rebuild them, right? What else do we got? You guys were also talking about insurance. So like, we'll look at like maybe insurance companies. Okay, so we're just listing out our categories first, right? The categories. So like, for example, materials, what would be the tickers? Home Depot and Lowe's, right? So we're going to go to our categories and then find the top 3 to 5 stocks within each category, okay? Another one, we said vehicles, 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 right? So what about CarMax, right? You got CarMax. People's cars flooding. Maybe people need to buy cars. Boats. Another one. Boats. Boat dealers. Boat companies. All that good stuff. We're going to be looking into that. So what are some other categories, guys, that you're thinking of outside the box? Right now we have oil. We have materials. We have builders, insurance companies, vehicles, right? It could be like CarMax, stuff like that. What else we got? What else we thinking? Catherine had a pretty good one. Cleanup, right? All these trees and homes, and if it's that devastating and that bad, right? Companies that come through and clean everything up to get everything disposed of, right? So like cleanup / disposal, right? Other earnings, not earnings, other companies, guys. Not even companies, my bad. Over here looking at chat as I'm talking. Right? I saw the HD lows. I think companies. I see CarMax earnings. I think earnings. No. Categories, right? What are some other categories of companies and or stocks you think could do well? We have oil, materials, builders, insurance, vehicles, cleanup, and disposal. And then we'll go through and look at some of these top stocks. About business equipment and supplies. What about how would we categorize that? What about like Caterpillar, right? Caterpillar, how would you really classify the sector of Caterpillar, right? Well, the easiest way to do that is go over to yahoofinance.com. That's what, CAT. Then you go in there to their profile, industrials, right? So we can go industrials. And we already know that CAT would be one, right? I think that's a good one. So go into industrials. And here's something else that you guys can do, right? You can actually go over to finviz.com, right? Yeah, we could look through like sector, but we can actually go within the industry to find these top stocks, right? So we can go all the way down and we can look at, like utilities, waste management, trucking, travel services, tools and accessories, tobacco, right? What are some other ones? Steel, right? Steel, the industry, right? I think that would maybe be classified into materials. So that could be like what types of materials, right? You're looking at like steel. That could be one type of material. Right? We're just looking at industries right now. What are some industries that stand out to us? Steel. Got all these insurance, oil and gas. Residential construction. So we're going to have some fun with this. We're going to go through and really find some of these top stocks that we can put within these categories. But we're trying to just keep it kind of vague, not really hone in too much, but keep it kind of vague. Material, steel, lumber, right? We can put lumber in there. That's going to be like your Home Depot and Lowe's, LUMBER, lumber, etc., right? How about rentals? Cars get damaged, they need to rent. Absolutely. Why not? Maybe we can look at Hertz, right? Hertz. Absolutely. There's so many opportunities, but we're really looking for the biggest ones and the best ones, right? So if you think, where would the most amount of money be spent, right? The most amount of money be spent. Well, you don't really think the most amount of money would be spent on, say, rentals. I think it's a killer idea, but I would say, where's the most amount of money going to be spent if this is a really bad natural disaster and it really does destroy a lot of things? Well, materials and builders. Materials to rebuild what was damaged, and the builders to do so, and the cleanup and disposal. That's where I think most of the money would go for the rebuilding aspect, right? Compared to, flights or rental cars or even bottled water or things like that, okay? So let's start with, maybe we'll start with materials. So we'll go into our industry. We'll go down into Let's just do this. M-A-T-E-R-I material stocks. Top material stocks for 2022. Material stocks include manufacturers of products as varied as plastic, fertilizer, paper, concrete, and metals. Prominent names include Ecolab, ECL. We're just going to go ahead and put it on this list, and we'll go actually take a look at that company, and we'll add and remove if needed. So we have ticker ECL. Ecolab, Air Products and Chemicals, APD. Then DuPont, ticker DD. All right, we're just going to add what we have, then go through and look at these individually, and then add or remove if needed. Many commodities, including metals, soared following Russia's invasion of Ukraine in February, with selected material stocks seeing big gains. However, ongoing inflation and interest rate hikes, coupled with looming concerns about a recession, have prompted some commodities prices to fall in recent weeks. Material stocks represented by an ETF, the materials sector. That's ticker XLB, right? So you can look at the sector as a whole. XLB, right? That is the materials sector, right? XLB. And then what can we do from there? We can go over to Yahoo Finance if we wanted to. Go type in XLB. Okay, we can go into their holdings. We can scroll down and see what are the top holdings. EPD was one that we just saw. ECL, DuPont, Freepoint, Sherwin-Williams, Linde PLC, right? So we can go through and see what the top holdings are of this particular sector just by going over to yahoofinance.com and looking at the exact sector. Caterpillar, right? That would be like your industrials, right? So you got, no, you said CPRT, KAR, IAA are 3 auto auction stocks that could pop after a major hurricane. I like it. I like it. Right? And we're just making ourselves a nice little list here. Not saying we're going to go buy all these, but it's nice to have a list and we know exactly where to kind of put some focus if we see some unusual volume moving into some of these stocks. So good stuff, Andy. I like it. Everybody's out there doing some research right now. So that's all we're doing. You have our categories. Have another category that you suggest we add in a stock to put into that category. Type it up inside the chat. If you're out there researching builders, right? Like building stocks, builders that have, you know, that are listed on the stock exchange and you're looking for those stocks and those companies, those tickers. You're doing that research. Type those up in chat. We'll add these to a list. As soon as we're done, we'll put this list inside a chat for everybody to have. Right? United States Steel Corp. You got like ticker X, United States Steel Corporation. Cleveland Cliffs, Steel Dynamics. So not CF, because that's nitrogen and phosphate. Not that. Manufacturer of steel products. That's going to be ticker X. That's on there. STLD. Steel Dynamics is a carbon steel producer and metals recycler. The company sells flat-rolled steel sheet, structural beams, steel bars, and other products. Retired from insurance claims. Those have been your bread and butter. I love it, man. Good stuff. Good insight as well. And this is why we're working together as a team, as a community, here to help with one another. right? STLD is in my hometown. Huge setup over on STLD, right? That's Steel Dynamics. I mean, we're already building a great list in just that one category, and that is our materials, okay? And we're still going through. What about like lumber, right? What about lumber? Boise Cascade was one of the best performing lumber stocks during the pandemic. They went up 30% last year. And that's going to be BCC, right? Ticker BCC. They're a manufacturer of wood products, primarily for home construction and home improvements. Right? We don't really look at International Paper. Okay, but yeah, definitely for home construction and home improvement, ticker BCC, right? Lumber. All right, then maybe we can go look at builders, right? Home builder stocks. DR Horton. So many. Let's go look at home builder stocks to watch in housing market news. Doesn't hurt, does it? The home builders ETF. Home builders ETF. Go see what that is, and we'll go see what the top holdings are in this home builder ETF. Nail, N-A-I-L, right? N-A-I-L. The home builders, Bull 3X, right? So you got home builders and supplies, Bull 3X ETF. You can go NAIL. That's going to be ETF. Go look at their holdings. What are the top holdings? DR Horton, Lennar, the Home Depot, Lowe's, Sherwin-Williams. So right there, you get some great exposure in ETF NAIL. You get exposure to a lot of the home builders, DR Horton, Lennar. You got the exposure to the Home Depot, Lowe's, Sherwin-Williams, right? So that could be a great ETF to just be able to capitalize on the entire, a lot of these those stocks, and that's going to be NAIL. Not doing a lot right now, but hey, right? These are just ideas. These are things to be looking forward to. See if that any impact here. All right, so that's all you got to do, guys. That's all you got to do. I was looking for a little bit more participation, but hey, you guys are out here crushing it. Good job. Maybe you're focused elsewhere. But as soon as I put my list together, sure, I'll share it with you guys. All that good stuff. You know, obviously more eyes on the market, more brains researching, looking into things. Obviously, it just benefits one another and helps everybody inside a chat. But again, for those of you throwing out some great stuff, good job. Trader King, awesome stuff, awesome stuff. Jay, Hollow, again, great insight. Corey, Catherine, great insight as well. Throwing a lot of great names out there. Definitely gives us a great starting point to build a watch list to go out and look at some of these companies and see how we could benefit from their potential movement over the next, maybe few weeks, couple of months. And I know Catherine mentioned CLH. I think it was CLH that Catherine mentioned. Yep, CLH. Good one. And we'll continue to bang this out, guys. Like that we got a stop out. That was a good stop out there at break even. All right, let's make sure we're not missing anything. LVTX, you guys have your entries maybe right there at the break of the downtrend, right around 470. Your stop should be underneath the prior low. You want to get a $5 break up to 560 and then $6. All right, MLCO. Again, not too much there. AMPX was a stop out at break even. The SPY slowing down, the Q slowing down. So it's pretty slow, guys. Not a lot going on. We know exactly where our focus should be, which is really nowhere. No, I'm kidding. LVTX is that one stock that has decent potential. Not a big time break, not a big time rip. Slow and steady mover. But you have potentially something there to continue to move on up here throughout lunch, guys. MLCO. Again, right now, not too much going on. Do we have any final questions, comments, concerns? It's such a slow afternoon that we might as well go ahead and take an early lunch, continue to do some due diligence, build out these lists, and again, try to get a leg up, trying to have one step ahead, get prepared, do some due diligence, exactly maybe where your focus should be. Take advantage of some short to long term, medium term, right? Short, long, medium falls right in the middle. Opportunities in the market that we've been discussing over the past hour or so at this point in time. ADOS people are going to need water. Yeah, absolutely. All right, so go do some due diligence and some research on maybe manufacturers of bottled water, things of that nature, right? And then come prepared with a list. Right? I'm here to help guide you, not here to help give everybody answers, right? I want to get you guys some momentum and get your mind going and the ball rolling a little bit, but there always needs to be a little bit of that initiative taken. So definitely go out there and say, all right, what are some manufacturers that, bottle water, right? What are some companies that could do well based on that there? And then say, hey, here's about 3 to 5 stocks, team. Got about 3 to 5 stocks that meet this category that I think could do well. Boom. Not only are you getting prepared for yourself, but you're sharing that value with the rest of the team as well to help them benefit, to help them succeed. And then they will bring some of their ideas and due diligence to the table as well from what they've looked into and all that good stuff. And I'm going to continue to build out my list over lunch and then bring this to you guys at the end of the day so we have a nice solid list of companies that, again, could do well and that could thrive. Assuming that, this does hit bad. Hopefully it doesn't, but again, maybe might as well be one step ahead and be ahead of everybody else. If we have any questions, let me know. If not, market's slow, market's dead. We're all set, ready to rock. Anybody's watching the Corey goes to lunch indicator, it'll be active soon. Yeah, if you guys are watching the Corey goes to lunch indicator, he's getting ready to go to lunch. Same thing, I'm about to go to lunch. We go to lunch, everything rips and runs. So enjoy your lunch, guys. All right, quiet day inside of chat, but I get it. It's a fresh day back. It's a Money Monday. I expected to be a little bit more hyped up inside of chat, so you better come with your A game at 2:30. All right, I want to see everybody active, everybody having fun, everybody having some questions. I know you guys don't know everything. I don't know everything. I'm still learning something new every single day. So again, I want to see you guys taking that initiative. That's why we're here, right? To help you guys to make the right steps in the right direction every single day. So never be scared, never hesitate. So again, ask those questions, to speak up, to collaborate, and engage with everybody inside of chat, guys. All right, but since it's a quiet day in the market and a pretty quiet day here inside of chat, we're going to go ahead and dive into lunch just a little bit early. We'll see if the market's pretty active over lunch. If so, I may jump back on the mic. If not, we'll come back around 2:30, wrap up our day, finalize our list, get prepared for this week and the next few weeks to see where could be the next best opportunity in this market to take advantage of and to lock in some profits. Any questions, let me know. If not, I'll see you back here right around 2:30. Good job and good work today, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy your lunch, and I'll see you back here in a couple hours, guys. Let's end it the way we always end it. Something you guys haven't had in about 10 days. In 3, 2, 1. Woo! That's what I'm talking about. We got the big old woo! That was even better. Enjoy it. Again, guys, if you need me, you know where to find me. I'm here. Enjoy your lunch. Trade smart. Trade safe. Let's see if we have some better activity and some better movement here towards the end of the day to keep adding to the bottom line. I'll see you guys back here in a few hours. Once again, enjoy your lunch, ladies and gentlemen. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? How's it going? I thought I'd go ahead and jump back on the mic a little early, give you guys some company. As you guys know, it's kind of slow in the market, kind of slow inside the chat, kind of dead, but we're here. We can talk about stuff. We can have some fun. We can shoot the you-know-what if you guys really want to, but you know, right now at this point in time, there's really not a lot going on in the market as far as any great opportunities for day trades at this point in time. So I'm really sitting back on my hands right now until we see the next best opportunity really present itself, and really looking at our penny stock gainers and losers. Not too much. We even look at our top gainer right now, which is LVTX. There's just not a lot of action. It's worth keeping on watch, but there's not a lot of movement here with LVTX at this point in time. You go take a look at like DRTT. Really nothing at all with DRTT. That's number 2 on the leaderboard. They got MSC. That's up 30%. And again, just no volume on the stocks. It's really, really slow. You got the SPY and the Qs slowly fading and falling back down towards around those June lows. The SPY down towards around 62. The Qs down towards around 274. Again, no action right this second as far as jumping into anything, as far as any great trades. But definitely worth watching the SPY, the Qs. Into power hour, into the end of the day. We'll definitely be keeping LVTX on watch. And definitely watching MLCO as well. I think MLCO, out of everything we just looked at, probably has the best potential to do something. But right now, I'm just kind of going to sit back and wait to see what it does. Maybe over the next, I don't know, 20, 30 minutes, see if it really sets up with some killer opportunity. I mean, we just broke this downtrend. We're trying to get back above the VWAP right now. So, yeah, absolutely. Definitely worth watching. You know, we have high a day at 717. Maybe we set up and maybe there's, you know, a great reason to get involved with MLCO to be able to lock in some profits towards the end of the day. I would run a trend line on MLCO, come back to that first pullback low right around $6.36, connected to this low right around 660, this higher low right around 665, and let's see if that uptrend is going to be respected. Other than that, we'll kind of keep TX on the back burner and just periodically go look at the SPY and the Qs and see if there's an opportunity and a reason to dive into it, guys. If you have any questions, let me know. Right now, it's just really a game of patience. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I need to take this call. Actually, I'll call him back later. Is Rumble a meme stock? Yes, it is. Yes, Rumble is a meme stock. Yo, what's up? Griff. What's up, man? By the way, guys, inside the chat, we are live right now over on TikTok. Again, it's a slower market. It's kind of slow inside of chat. Maybe we get some really good questions here on TikTok. And again, talking about these and giving, good examples, that's going to benefit and help you guys inside of chat as well. So, if you guys have any questions over on TikTok, definitely let me know. We'll dive into everything. We'll have some fun with it, guys. And like I said, it's very beneficial to me that we have inside of chat. But again, chat is first on my list, right? That gets my undivided attention at all times. So again, the only thing that I'm really watching here into the end of the day is going to be MLCO at this point in time. North Balin. I'm not sure what your question means. What's the 200 EMA on the Q look like as a downside? I'm not really sure I understand what you mean there. What options do I normally buy? I will actually buy puts and calls. All right, so if I think the stock's going to go down, I can buy put contracts. If I think the stock's going to go up, I can buy call contracts. I'm not biased to puts or calls. I don't really trade options the way it is, but again, I'm not biased. If there's a great short opportunity, I'll trade puts. If there's a great long opportunity, I'll play calls. Jonathan, yo, what's up? Gotcha. Okay. So the question is, have we crossed resistance yet? So if we take a look at the Qs, 200 SMA is all the way up at 328. We're at 275. So, you got about 50 points between that 200 SMA and where we're currently at. If you're looking at just indicators as far as support and resistance, your next major level of resistance from an indicator standpoint is going to be that 20 EMA, and your 20 EMA right now is at 292.94. You just look at that daily chart and you gauge where your next level of resistance is. Pretty good resistance is right at 280. Right, we come down here towards around 280 back in May. We drop below 280 down into the 270s in June, and then when we regained 280, we had a nice big move off that level. So we can see, we just mark up that 280 level and you zoom in, 280 was a pretty key level. We came down to the penny, nice bounce. When we lost it, it was the open, and we tried to hold above it. Then we held above it for a couple of days, tried to hold above it, bounced off of it, shot on up. So if you look at just past chart support resistance, we could see that, hey, right around 280 is a very key level of resistance, and that's exactly where we came up to today before selling on off. Then breaking over that level, you're looking to go to 284.80 resistance here on the Qs. And if you can break over that 284.80 level resistance on the Qs, then you could see it come up towards around 289.25 resistance. But if you're just looking at indicators, the next most popular indicator that you'd be looking at as far as resistance goes, is 292.94, and that's going to be the 20 EMA. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Good eye. If you take the Qs into a weekly time frame, yeah, it's flirting with that 200 week SMA there. So you're having a brain fart on options. How do I pull over a SPY option in active trader? Yeah, so what you're going to want to do is, first things first, link one of your chart windows, right? So for this example, I'm going to take my daily, and I'm going to make that red, right? So I'm going to link this red, okay? I'm going to come over here to the options chain on the SPY, okay? On the SPY here, there's the SPY chart. It's in blue. Right here in blue, SPY options chain. And let's say we want to go grab a at the money call option. So we're going to go with a 365. That's going to be an at the money call option. Okay. Instead of left clicking it and pulling up the order entry box, let's go ahead and right click it. That's going to bring up this drop down. Come all the way down to where it says send.spy 220926 call 365. That's the options contract. So where it says send, we're going to go ahead and send that to red. And now what we see here is that is actually the options contract, right? So that is the SPY 22, right? 2022, September 26th, today's expiration, 365, 365. Then you can open up the AT, which is the active trader, and then boom, you can actually place your option buy and sell orders right through the active trader. We see here that it's at currently 130. We go here, it's right at 130. So again, right click, send to a color. In this example, we're going to send it to red. Then there is your options chain. Well, not chain, but the options price on your chart. So you can use the active trader to buy and sell. Um, 45-day puts on the Qs and would like your thoughts. We know there are 2 more rate hikes coming. Powell already warned of increasing unemployment. We're under the 200 EMA on the weekly and $5-ish from crossing the 200 SMA. You're looking at the Qs there on the weekly time frame. Let's go ahead and go pull up the Qs. So yeah, obviously you're right on, right? 2 more rate hikes coming. The market may have priced that in if we know it's coming. So one thing to point out, right? If we already know that we have 2 more rate hikes coming, Powell's already warning of increased unemployment. You could probably sit here and say that that has already been priced in, but I still think personally, there's more room to the downside. How I would play it though, from a technical perspective, obviously there's a lot of stuff going on in the economy that obviously suggests that we can continue to see the markets move lower. So there's no doubt in my mind that we don't see the markets move lower. I just don't know when. I think it's relatively soon. I think it's going to, first couple of weeks of October, we could really start to see the markets dump on off if we're going to really see some of that volatility come back in and really start to dump. What I would do personally is, we know that traders and investors are really right now paying attention to one area. What's that one price, that one area that you think the majority of traders and investors are really looking at? It's going to be that June bottom, right? It's definitely going to be that June bottom. Why did we come down on the SPY pretty much 2 days in a row and see decent bouncing? Well, because traders and investors say, hey, that's the lowest we've been this year. People said, hey, That's the market bottom. And we rallied off that June low. We went through this bottoming process and had a nice multi-month rally up to the 200 SMA. So it's really like a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? If there's 100 traders in the market and you have 80 of those 100 traders saying, hey, this is the bottom where I want to buy, they're going to be buying. They're going to be buying. But at the same time, if they're like, yo, this is the low, this is the bottom, where do you think they're going to probably cut losses just in case the market moves lower? Probably right under that level. Where do you think short sellers are going to start opening short positions? Most likely if we start cracking and making new yearly lows. So how I would play it personally is I would actually wait for the markets to fall below and make new yearly lows. Then I would be entering in those 45, 60-day puts, absolutely. I definitely think, once we crack below and fall below those June lows on the spine, the Qs, I definitely think we open up and we definitely fall much lower. Absolutely. But as far as a timing perspective, I don't know if I would personally be grabbing them right now because we may not crack that low. We may bottom out here for a few more days, for a few weeks. You never know. We could sit here sideways for a week or two, and then something happened where we start pushing on back up, and now those 45-day puts are just getting destroyed. So it's all really about timing, right? You don't want to wait too long, but at the same time, you don't want to jump the gun. I would personally have to wait to get a bit more confirmation from a technical perspective that we're falling below and we're cracking down below those June lows on both the SPY and the Qs. But from a logical perspective, I definitely think it's a logical play. I just think you got to wait. Personally, if I were to trade it, which I'm thinking about it for sure, waiting for the markets to actually drop down below that level and kind of see how the markets react over a couple of days after that. It's just really a self-fulfilling prophecy. We don't crack below that level. You get a lot of traders and investors, really move on in off those June lows, anticipating maybe a year-end rally because, everything's been priced in. But we still have CPI, PPI, a lot of things around the corner that could really move the market at any point in time. So from this point forward, I would definitely, if you're really just looking at the Qs, I would say below that 269, you really start getting confident to enter into those put contracts. Now, where do you want to take them down to? Right? That's the question. Where do you want to take them down? Where do you want to start, covering those or, start scaling out, taking some profits, right? Do you want to take some profits around that 260 bottom there? Want to take some down there? Do you think it's going to drop, say a little bit further all the way down to that 236, which is very, very possible, right? That was the pre-pandemic high before that massive drawdown. Then we broke above that level, held it multiple times, and then boom, we had our nice little 18-month, almost 2-year rally here on the Qs. That's a pretty logical technical place to see the Qs come down to, would be that 236. Do we think that's going to happen in 45 days? I mean, anything's possible, right? Anything's possible. We could absolutely see that. So it really depends on what strike do you want to grab. You got to go with a 240, a 250, a 260. You got to play it closer to in the money, at the money. You can go 45, 60 days out. How many contracts? And where do you want to walk away if this trade doesn't work out in your favor? But 100%. I'm personally waiting for the SPY and the Qs to drop below those June lows to play any kind of multi-month put contracts. I'm also looking to swing trade some futures contracts as well over some nights. For example, I'm setting up those accounts now, so I do plan on trading futures contracts as well. If we do indeed start to crack on down, if we see that volatility increase and we really start to open on up and really start to sell on off, I want to definitely be able to trade some futures contracts as well. But I've definitely been mapping out the SPY and the Qs as far as how many contracts, how far out do I want to go, and what I'm really waiting for before entering and opening those positions. But I think right now it's just a little too early. You're kind of getting in way too early before you really get the confirmation in the first place to open those positions to the short side. And I know that 2020 has nothing to do with 2018, or I'm sorry, 2008, like whatsoever. Completely different time, completely different variables, right? But it's kind of eerie on how similar the charts look right now on the SPY to what they did back in 2008 during the Great Recession. It's pretty eerie. Just kind of go back and look at the SPY between 2007 and 2009 and look at how the markets moved in 2008. and then come look at how the markets moved here in 2022. It's actually pretty eerie on how similar the charts are and how close things are moving from the bottom to a rally to the sell-off to retesting the prior lows in June, to a bounce and then a flush and a crack October into early 2009. You're seeing the same type of movement this year that you did in 2008. But again, you can't look at that and say, all right, we're moving lower, because again, it's a completely different animal, completely different variables. It's just kind of cool to see how close they look from, again, 2008 to 2022. But again, to just try and really directly answer the question, which I think I did. I gave a little bit more than I should have. I always do that. I always over-explain, which is okay. But yeah, with the Qs, again, I'm personally, myself, I'm just going to wait for that June low. I'm going to wait for the crack below that June low before I start really entering. The other thing to keep in mind is you're right at that June low. You're at support. RSI is oversold. We could see a bounce over the next week or two before actually seeing a level of resistance get hit and really see the markets topple on over, right? My game plan could change into this week. My game plan and what I think is going to happen could change in 2 weeks, right? Every single day we get new data. We get different types of movements in the market. And again, our thesis and our game plan may change from day to day. But right now, today, would I be entering any calls or puts? Going 45 days out, I would not. Not like the markets are going to gap down 20 points tomorrow and sell off down 7%. I highly doubt that's going to happen. So with that being said, since I don't think that's going to happen, and that's not really a high probability setup, something that would probably happen, I think it's too early. And I'm going to sit back and not play any calls or puts swing trading right now, but I definitely plan on doing that around the corner if we continue to move the way we have been moving. Today was a fairly neutral day. Yeah, I wouldn't really say today was bullish or bearish. I would say today was relatively neutral, right? We opened at 275. We were on the 279. We sell off to 274, back up to 275.20. So, we're pretty flat. We're only down, maybe an 1/8%. So I wouldn't really say today was bullish or bearish. I would say it was a pretty 50-50 day. It was pretty neutral. Yeah, that's the whole, that's the reason why I put in an open floor room, is so if you guys want to kind of shoot the SHIT and talk that's unrelated to stocks, do it in open floor. That's why it's there. Levels, you guys want a levels room? We got levels instead of signals. I'm going to post up all my analysis with charts and the levels to back it up so you guys can see exactly what I'm seeing. And we removed crypto because we're not really talking about crypto right now. And plus we have some things in the works right now to get more crypto stuff done here out of chat. We got a lot of things in the works, guys. SHPH. Yeah, it wasn't bad. You had a nice little slow and steady grind to the upside for sure. A simple support resistance standpoint, if you can see this thing break 740, we can go on our next leg up. Right, last time we broke the high, we shot up very nicely. We shot up over 50 cents a share. So if we can break that 740 high, we could just see a nice big spike to it, and we really don't have a lot of resistance until we get to 778. That's about 30-ish cents. I mean, it could be a nice scalp opportunity. You're on SHPH. Again, you're just simply looking for the break over the prior high. Catch it long. Take it for a quick, 20, 30 cents. Break over prior high. Catch it long for a quick 20, 30, maybe 40 cents. Could be a nice little scalp here. Let's keep SHPH on watch. If that does anything. It's going. It's going. We're up 245 on the day. Small day. The market's not hot. Today's a day to definitely participate, in my opinion. There's some good opportunity out here, but it's not a day to get aggressive by any means. Small 240 on the day. To take the base hit. I still like MLCO, so that's still a stock that I'm watching at this point in time is MLCO. I still think MLCO has some really good potential coming into the end of the day, so I definitely want to still be watching MLCO here. I found you guys. I'm gonna delete y'all. Oh, boop, banned. Bop, banned. Who's that? Oh, I don't care. Banned. You guys are good. And if yeah, that's where you guys can communicate and talk to one another. I'm always in Stock Talk. So if you want to find me, you got a question, definitely ask the question over in Stock Talk, guys. So right now, there's not too much. The only thing that I'm seeing that has potential coming into the end of the day, you got two stocks. One that could be a trade sooner than later. SHPH for that 740 break up into the 770s. Then once again, MLCO. Nothing quite yet on MLCO, but it has potential. And it should be on watch. Yeah, from 8 to 10. Yeah, slow and steady. Not a bad day. 1.7 million shares. IMPX starting to get a little bit of action towards it. Woo! Yeah, when you're yawning at 2:30, you know something's wrong. You know the market's just really slow, guys. Extremely slow. Yeah, it's always worth thinking about things like that, guys. Right? You know, you got fires out west, hurricanes blowing through Tampa. You know, could cause $30 billion of damage. Again, you just think about, oh, God forbid, you know, but if this does happen that we can't control, you know, what can we control? We can kind of get a leg up and an idea on, you know, companies and stocks that could do well, that could thrive, that could provide us with an amazing opportunity to lock in some fantastic profits. So I got a nice little list of stuff that I'm going to be looking at. Could be stocks that we're looking to day trade. Could be stocks we're looking to get in and get out within a couple of weeks. We'll definitely see where the best opportunity is when that time comes. So, God forbid, because I'm right in it. I'm right there. I'm sure a lot of you guys are too. What they're saying is, you know, the best case scenario for Tampa is if it comes up underneath Tampa, which would be good because we get the north part of the storm, still bad, still brutal, but not terrible. Worst case scenario is dead on, or we get hit on the southeast side, where we get that whipsaw effect, that chainsaw effect. So we'll see. Again, we still got a couple days, right? What are they rating it at now? Is still a cat? It's kind of going back and forth. Cat 3, cat 4, cat 3, cat 4. I was saying maybe a cat 2 by the time it gets to Tampa. Be too bad. So the only 2 stocks, I mean, we got 3 stocks to watch until the end of the day, guys. IMPX, there's just not a lot of movement here with IMPX. SHPH, we discussed it, break over 740, long to 778. LVTX, there's nothing here, but I definitely still want to watch MLCO. Got a couple stocks. No, that's actually really good, Steve. Like Owens Corning, ticker OC. That's fantastic, man. Ticker OC, Owens Corning. Now they're down about 2% on the day, $75 stock year to date. Not too bad from around what? Actually, not bad date. 90 to 75. They haven't gotten hit too bad. Markets insulation, roofing, and fiberglass composite materials in the United States, Canada, Europe, Asia. Internationally, it operates in 3 segments: composites, insulation, and roofing. Composites segment manufactures, fabricates, and sells glass reinforcements in the form of fiber and the glass fiber products. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's definitely something to add down. You know, I have a list going on of companies that could do well. if it gets bad. You throw that in like materials, right? Throw that in with the other material stocks, steel, lumber, stuff like that. So let's throw ticker. I like that ticker. CO in there, or OC. My bad, OC. Right here is a list of all the material stocks. So again, steel, lumber, manufacturers, distributors, stuff like that. So here's a nice little list. Let me update that. That's not correct. Let me update that real quick. Yeah. So that's a lot of the material stocks, right? So you got the material sector ETF is XLB. That's the ETF, and then those individual stocks there. For like builders, you have the ETF. That's ticker NAIL. Right? So if you just want to look at a home builders ETF, exchange traded fund, you have ticker NAIL. Catherine earlier brought up a great one. Cleanup and disposal, ticker CLH. That's something to look into. Industrials, right? One of the main ones we're looking at is Caterpillar, CAT. I know Steve brought up earlier. I think it was Steve. No, it was Trader King inside the chat. Brought up a great one. He said he did insurance his entire life, it seemed like. Any kind of natural disasters, they did a lot with auto auctions, right? So he had typed up IAA. From an insurance standpoint, he goes, hey, yeah, look at some of these auto auction stocks. So stuff to look at there. Insurance. Oil. Corey brought up oil earlier. Exactly. I'm actually looking at this to be more short-term, personally. Not long-term investments by any means. I'm looking at short-term pops, for sure. It could be a couple of days, a couple of weeks. A couple of months, not really. We're definitely, just to set those expectations, we're looking for some quick opportunity in the market. I would say, like I said, a few of these may be great day trade opportunities, but maybe a couple of weeks of steady movement to the upside. Yeah, you're only talking a few weeks out. A couple weeks. That's it. Definitely not long-term investments. Get in, get out. It's definitely a way to lock in some profits, for sure. So right now, you guys, the market's so slow. I'm just kind of tidying up a few things. I was off for 10 days, so I have a lot of catch up. Again, I'm here. If we see opportunity, I want to attack it. I want to lock in some profits, guys. Absolutely. But if there's no opportunity, there's no sense in chasing anything. When I scan across the board, I really don't see too much. The only thing I'm seeing that's fresh could be We like PPSI, as it has 47 new highs a day. But look at that volume. It's weak. Look at that intraday chart. There's just nothing there. It's just a pretty weak looking, slow, stagnant, ugly looking chart. So not too much there, guys. Again, I'm here for it. If you have any questions, let me know. But it may be a great time for y'all to dive into that video lessons library and study up if you don't have any questions. All right? Always here to help you guys out, and I want to make sure that we're doing the right things. If there's no opportunities in the market, I don't want to force anything. I'd rather walk away with $200 and walk away with negative or break even. All right, one last scan, guys. If we don't have any questions, we are going to go ahead and end our session early today. I'd rather save this time for tomorrow if tomorrow is a little bit hotter in power hour. All right, I want to set the right example. What would I do if it were just me trading? I would walk away from the market today. Literally, recap your trade. That's it. I'm going to go recap MLCO, log it. Other than that, I would be done for the day. I'd go enjoy life. Right? I'd sit back and do something I have to do, educate myself, read a book, study, and not just stare blindly at the market. So again, I'm here for you if you need me. I'm here for you if you have any questions. I'm here for you if you need me to, again, walk you through something or educate you guys upon something, okay? So let me know if you need help. Let me know if you need anything. I'm here for you guys. If not, again, leading by example. What would I do if it were just me in the market? Well, seeing what I see right now, I would shut down for the day to remove the temptation of trading and go do something productive. Dive in that video lessons library, study up, listen to a podcast, read a book, go to the gym, work out, do whatever I wanted to do. That's the beauty of trading, is you don't have anybody telling you what to do, when to do it. Make your own decisions to determine exactly what your day looks like. So that's what we're going to do, guys. We'll give it about maybe 7 more minutes. I want to give you guys the opportunity to use me and abuse me if you need any help. All right, but if not, I don't want to continue to repeat myself. There's over 100 lessons in that library. Definitely go study up, guys. Take your trading to the next level. I'm here for you. We can follow up with you tomorrow if you have any questions in regards to a lesson. But like I said, on slow days like today, the best thing that you can do something productive and not just stare at the market and hope it does something, because you'll just wind up in a bad little situation. Do I like that drop on SHPH? I do not. No, I'm not a fan of that lower high on SHPH. You know, what I'm starting to see here on SHPH is a little bit of this reversal formation. Not crystal clear, but what do we have here? We have that run on up, starting to give us that lower high. I mean, it's very choppy, but you can kind of maybe see it's a little bit of that head and shoulders, right? Maybe a little bit of left shoulder ahead. You definitely see that right shoulder being set in. Possible little neckline right here. It definitely doesn't look great. We could start to see it fade and fall here, right? Just definitely doesn't have that good look to it whatsoever. So definitely not liking the drop there. Mo, Discord. Hey, man, we don't got a Discord. We got something 1,000 times better than a Discord. Click that link in my bio. Come check us out. We developed our own trading education platform. Again, if you know what Discord is, you know how to use it, you're going to be able to use our platform. Again, it's 1,000 times better. It's where all the professionals come, where you want to be if you really want to take your trading serious. So click that link in my bio. Come check us out, AlphaDayTrading.com. Get access to the platform. Would love to work with you. Love to help you learn how to trade. Yeah, definitely go study. Do something productive, guys. Don't just sit and look at stocks. I mean, the market's dead. Yeah, you'll love it. Love it. Discord, you'll absolutely. My allergies are getting me. All right, guys. So again, we got another 5 minutes or so. Any questions? Let me know. IMPX is falling back below $10. If IMPX can stay above 10, maybe IMPX above $10. I mean, it wouldn't be terrible. It wouldn't be terrible. IMPX over 10, back up to high a day. It's worth watching. Or he's like, I'd have been out of here a couple hours ago if it weren't for the day job. Yeah. Yeah. You want to have a boat day on Wednesday? Sure, yeah. Let's do it. Let's have a boat day on Wednesday. Yeah, we'll take the kids out. Oh, terrible, man. So bad. Yeah, you're not. No one's missing anything right now. The market's so slow that no one honestly shouldn't be. Market's that dead. What are you doing? Why are you in the market? There's nothing going on, right? Absolutely nothing. I mean, I don't see anything, and I've been doing this for 8 years. I just know that you catch me on a day by myself trading. Yeah, I just don't see anything. I mean, maybe the Qs are starting to get a little bit of a pop back up. Maybe the Qs above VWAP back to high a day. There's potential there. The Qs above the VWAP go back up to high a day of 279.40. Maybe the SPY, same thing. Maybe the SPY getting back above that VWAP, back up to high day of 370. I mean, there's some potential here at the SPY and the Qs. Small caps are absolutely dead. Let's see what the SPY and the Qs do up around this VWAP. Maybe there's something there. TCRT has been working the trend line all day. TCRT. Yeah, it's been a nice little, nice little grinder. Currently up 30% on the day. It's really been grinding that 9 EMA. Do we have a trend line on this bad boy from the low? Yeah. Just my thing is when I see, yeah, it has been walking that trend line all day. Absolutely. Now, it's all personal preference. When I see a stock that has a lot of candles like this, with like little to no volume, I'm just not a fan, personally. But 5 minute doesn't look terrible. It's been on just a little bit of this grind on up. If you are looking at TRCT and you're wondering where can it go, I would give you a target of, I would say close to the 20, but I would actually give you like 240 right underneath those lows. 240, 245 resistance here on TRCT. It's just not volatile enough for me. I want to see a stock that's actually volatile. Some nice movement, but yeah, it's definitely been grinding that trend line for a good majority of the day since around what, 11:50. Yeah, what's going on with Twitter? Steve Kovac, CNBC's technology correspondent, tweets Elon Musk's deposition on the Twitter case is not happening today. Sources tell CNBC. From around what, under 41 to 42.35. So Steve Kovac tweeting Elon Musk's deposition in the Twitter case is not happening today. So now Twitter's getting some action to the upside on that news. I'd look to short Twitter off 42.50. After that big spike on up, if we get, yeah, it already got pretty darn close. I think that short's probably missed. I would have shorted it off that 42.50 level. Who knows? Maybe this candle goes green, hits that 42.50, and, get a little bit of a short on it. See. Twitter light support, 41.78 light support. They right off those highs. Yeah, 41.78 is gonna be like light support here. Twitter. Come on, give me 42.50. 42.50. Back down to 41.78. This mic stinks. Probably clean it. $42.47. Boop. I'll short it again off 42.80. Starting to get a little bit of a squeeze here on Twitter. Right into that gap fill level on the daily. Got a 42.52 cost basis. Looking to see if it can come back down to 41.78. I would have added again at 42.80, but I didn't add to it. I took a really small position because I don't want to give back a lot of my profits. If I can add a couple bucks, I'll add a couple bucks. But I didn't go like balls to the wall because, again, it's a small green day and I want to keep my size relatively consistent. And if I can add a couple bucks, I'll add a couple bucks to the bottom line. Something. Yep, when the SPY goes up, you see a lot of stocks correlate and move and go up as well. Yep. Hey, we're already up 60 bucks. We'll go ahead and lock that up real quick. That was the trade we were looking for. Boop. $61 on the short. I'll take it. It was a nice little 60 bucks to add at the, at the end of the day. What did I get? 60 bucks in, how long did I work? I just worked for a minute. I got paid $60 a minute. That's not bad when you think of it that way. $60 a minute. I'll take it. Placid, I'm going to split that with you 50-50. Placid just made $30 for throwing Twitter out there. Good eye, buddy. Good eye. Appreciate you, boss. How to start? You click the link in my bio, guys. If you want to start trading with the best team out there, someone that's actually Placid said, yeah, my account number is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You actually want to work with a team that's going to right direction. Or you win. Not that. Actually want to help you from. Oh, baby. Hit link in the bio. Go to work with us. Testimony. Use. Out over. About stocks too. And what's up, man? Be safe with Ian. Ron from Florida. Hey, you're in Florida. Ron from Florida. Be safe with Ian too, boss. Appreciate it, Placid. Appreciate it, man. By the way, we missed you last week. I missed you guys too. I really did. It was a much needed week, but at the same time, I'm like, man, I missed the team. I hope they're doing good. I hope they're holding it down. I hope they're crushing it, but I missed it. But it was definitely much needed. It felt good. It was definitely a good disconnect. Faux show. You may have another Twitter short coming up. Another small size Twitter short. You know, it's tempting right here, but if it ever popped up towards around, I would say 43. Well, let's say we put in a higher high here and we still see this divergence and we ever crack this trend line that we can run here on Twitter, I would short it again. Absolutely. Come up to 43 bucks. Show me divergence. Then come through and crack that trend line. Yeah, I would short it again. Back down to that 41.78 level. I don't know where the heck I'm getting 41.78 from. To be honest with you, where'd 41.78 come from? Where the heck did I gauge 41.78 from? That's a, oh yeah, 41.78. Whoop. Whoop. Yeah, 41.78, 42. Yeah. I would short it off 43. I don't think it's going to 44 and 45 bucks on that. You know, stocks trying to move up, momentum fading and falling. Decent volume, but you're filling that gap. We got a gap fill rejection, intraday momentum fading. That would give us divergence. You know, if we do have momentum giving us a lower high and we have the stock putting in a higher high, we have one reason to take a trade. Intraday bearish divergence, number one. Number two, daily gap fill rejection for the short. Number three, crack of the trend line. Yep, I would take that short again off 43 on Twitter. Am I in a flood zone? Nope, I'm not. I'm in a get smacked by all the tornado zone if it hits us the right way. Like, in all seriousness, if we get that that southeast-ish part of the storm, like if it basically just kind of comes up over the top of Tampa, we get that that entire bottom, that southern part of the hurricane, which is the most damaging. the most damaging part. That's where you see a majority of like the tornadoes, and the gusts, and the higher winds and stuff like that. So, yeah, it should be fun. Be fun. And we're backed up to a preserve, so I can only imagine how many trees could get broken and thrown up against the back of the place with just not in a flood zone, but I'm more worried about debris and the big preserve that we're backed up to, and limbs and branches and stuff getting spun around and flown into one of our windows. And then I'm like, hey, I'm already boat shopping, guys. I'm already boat shopping. Like, what if the hurricane hits so bad that it completely destroys where my boat's stored at, the high and dry? I'm just thinking, what boat do I want next? Ha ha ha. Sure am. No, not our Discord. Not all Discords are bad. Ed's Discord's the shit. Like, legit. It's great. Go give Mr. Ed Nevis a follow. He's got a great educational Discord. Fantastic stuff. 99.9% are. 0.1%, that's Ed. Okay? That's Ed. He's the exception. He's the 0.01%. The exception. Right? 99% suck. He's the 1% that's fantastic. It really depends on what you want your risk to be. If you have a strategy with a 60 to 70% win rate, why only risk 1%, not 2 or 3%? What if your account's 100 grand and you can't get through that mental barrier of $2,000 to $3,000 losses, right? It's 2 to 3%, it's 2 to 3 grand. But what if you just mentally can't get over that hump, that mental barrier of, shoot, I'm losing $2,000 to $3,000 a trade? Maybe you're only okay mentally with losing $1,000 a trade. That's your mental barrier, right? Even with that 60 to 70% win rate, taking on that 1% risk, if you're okay with that, you're still going to make a lot of money. Yeah, if you can never push through that mental barrier and take on your 2-3% risk, go for it. But some traders, they go with a 0.5% of risk. Like, I'm risking maybe 0.5% because that's what I'm okay with, right? You guys saw me a couple weeks trying to risk 2-3%. It just was the mental barrier I couldn't break through, right? And so it's okay. I'm going to scale it back to what I'm comfortable with and trade the right way and let those base hits add up until I'm ready to be able to break through that mental barrier and be able to risk 1%, 2%, 3%. Never more than 3%, but that would be why. Some traders just, they have this mental ceiling that they just can't seem to break through and take on more risk to make bigger profits. All right, let's see if we got another short coming up on Twitter, guys. We're starting to see what we want to see here. If we get a quick little spike on up to 43, I would love to enter that short for that drop, crack of the trend line, start fading and falling a little bit. You know, I'm only going to touch it at 43. If it starts cracking here, it starts cracking here. That's fine. I only touch it up at 43. You know, some people risk 10% of their account. I'm like, Jesus, putting on 10% of your account rate. You got a $100,000 account and you're down 10 grand right now. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? It's nuts. But yeah, they may make 20, 30 grand, but is that sustainable? I've never seen it become sustainable before in my trading career. I'm cool with risking a half of my my account. I'm okay with 0.05, not even a full percent. My risk is a 0.5%. I will risk anywhere from maybe not even that. Maybe not even that. I'm gonna risk 0.03%. I'm gonna risk that much, that little. Literally, that's my risk, is less than a 0.5%. I'll risk $200-300 a trade because I know I can make maybe $500-600, and I have a couple winners. I make $1,000 a day. Keeps the real job away. I don't need to risk $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 to make $1,000 a day. I can get away with $200-300 a trade risk, make $500-600 a trade on average. Couple nice trades a day, right? Cool. There's $500 on average. There's $1,000, right? You have a really hot day and you're on fire. You take 5 trades and you're just banging out target. You make $1,000, $1,500. You know, you don't need to risk, 3% of your account to really do well in the market. It's all about consistent base hits. That's it. Ooh, my goodness. Sorry, guys. I'm tired. I'm exhausted right now. I think it's because my wife's exhausted, right? You know, when your wife gets pregnant, eats a lot, so you eat a lot. Sympathy eating. Tired. It's sympathy tiredness. I'm tired right now. I'm exhausted. Shoot. The jersey's even bleeding off on me. Exhausted. All right, guys. I think that's a day, man. There's nothing going on. Look at LVTX, kind of all over the place. Look at IMPX, cracking that trend line, dumping on off a little bit. SHPH, not doing much. MLCO, not doing much. TWTR, Twitter. I was only looking to grab that short off 43, not at 42.75, but it was a quick little $60. Good job, Placid. Nice call, man. And like 3 trades a day max, like 3 to 5 trades, because I don't want to have to log 10 trades a day. So I got 2 trades to log today. It's fantastic. It's easy. It's simple. Good stuff. No YouTube anymore, guys. We're exclusively private most of the time inside a chat with members. Yeah, so you don't see me on YouTube. It's because I can't even talk. I give all of my undivided attention to my my team, the members inside of the AlphaDayTrading community. Yeah, I don't trade options. I just trade equities. I trade stocks. I trade shares, physical shares. Not a big options guy, guys. I know it's really new with having a stock talk and open floor. We may have to change the name, but any stock related content, stock related messages, let's just try and make sure we're putting those in stock talk. If you're just like, hey, what are you having for dinner tonight? You do that in open floor, right? Hey, what size shoe do you wear, Corey? Right, do that in open floor. But anything stock related, let's try and make sure we're doing those in stock talk. That would be absolutely amazing, just so members don't have to bounce back and forth between the 2 rooms to see what you guys are talking about. That'd be amazing. Appreciate you guys. I know it's a couple days into it. It's all new. We'll get the hang of it. And maybe I just change the name to the BS room. Yeah, that's what we'll name it. BS room. No, you're good. You're good. Yeah, you're straight, man. Like I said, it's new, so it's gonna take some time to get used to it. Make sure we're in the right rooms and checking. I do it all the time too sometimes. So we're all good. Are you still doing TikTok and pre-market hours? Yeah, from 8:15 to 8:45. About 30 minutes, 45 minutes in the morning. Absolutely. All right, guys, I'm going to jump off here. Market's slow. Not too much going on, guys. If you disagree with me, let me know. If you're like, yeah, you're right, nothing going on, I'm heading out. I got better things to do. Video library, something productive. All right, we'll make it happen. We'll save some time for tomorrow, guys, especially if we have some activity in the market. Guys, how many members would you say are like active inside a chat at one time? Maybe like 40 to 50. Like 40 to 50 members. I mean, we have a couple hundred members subscribed and enrolled, but like active all at one time on the same day, maybe 60. We got 40 viewers right now. We've seen it 60 to 70 peak at the same exact time. So it's not like your typical Discord with 1,000 people. You ask a question, then a magic trick, right? The question vanishes. It's pushed up the feed of BS. I know we got a really clean, credible room of individuals that really want to take this serious right way. Nice, small, a tight-knit group of traders. Yep. And it usually changes. Like Mondays, we may have like, I don't know. It's different. Some individuals that are here on Mondays are not here on days, but work we have a good time, guys. It's just I was off for 10 vacation, so I'm not used to talking for 8 hours straight. Iron me out a little bit. I'm tired. What is a good daily options? Options? $150 to. I would even say I would say if you could do five. I would say back it down 5%. I would say give 10. A lot of variables. Go check out the SPY and the Qs before we head on out. Yeah, with all that resistance coming in at the VWAP on the SPY, maybe a short below 365.22 off that double top, back down to 363.44. Definitely a possibility. Qs, same thing. Qs cracking below 275.29. Short the Qs back down to 274. Double top at VWAP. Keep stops nice and tight. I mean, risk reward kind of stinks, but again, you have that potential double top at VWAP. We could definitely come back down for a low a day retest here on the SPY and the Qs. Off that VWAP rejection, stops are over VWAP, or simply reverse and flip your position long over VWAP if we break VWAP. Array long term, it's not bad if we. Canadian government launches legislative review of their Cannabis Act. I invest in some pot stocks. Usually you're smoking the pot, but the pot stocks be smoking you in this market. Woo-hoo-hoo. They are stoning you. You're just getting stoned by these pot stocks if you're holding them. You're not smoking them. They're freaking smoking you in this market. Long term, I own a few of them, though. Options are not hard to trade if you know how to trade options. I'm gonna tell you what. I'm gonna give you a little bit of a secret. All right, Jimmy. A little bit of a secret here. It's not really a secret, man. I'll tell you something that not a lot of people know. Go to my YouTube channel, AlphaDayTrading.com. The options. That option. Break it down. Watch that course for a few weeks and so there's your SPY crack below 365.22. You have room down to 363.44. And you definitely want to see it stay below 365.22, guys. Definitely want to see it stay below 365.22. All right, so let's see if it can stay below that level. You have room down to that low a day retest there on the SPY. Same thing with the Qs. Other than that, MLCO, not too much going on with MLCO. LVTX, nothing happening there, guys. IMPX, nothing there. SHPH, nothing there. Twitter is squeezing still, guys. I thought she was dead. So this thing out of nowhere, just going, getting some great action towards it. We broke that daily gap level, and we're at 43.23 right now. What could we see here on Twitter? Let's put a trend line here off those lows. Bring support back down towards around those prior highs. 42.65-ish support. Actually bring it up a little bit higher. I'd put it right off those candle upper shadows. 42.72. Intraday support. You look at daily resistance. You got some resistance around 43.60-ish. And then up towards around 44.41 on Twitter. AMC for long term? No, I don't think so. I tell you what, this has been a weird day, guys. This is the first day in like a week that I've craved nicotine. Is that weird? I've been nicotine free for a while. I think it's because I haven't actually been sitting down for a long period of time. Like, I've actually been at this desk for a long period of time, and I've been craving it today. It's been a struggle. Gotta go buy some Jolly Ranchers. You know, maybe we can catch a quick long on Twitter for the pullback to 42.73. Get a 42.73 pullback. Maybe grab a quick little dip buy here on Twitter for the next leg up to 43.60. No, I don't like 43.60. No. Was that gap up? That was the close before the gap down at 43. We know we have some support off those prior highs. And then trying to gauge that next level of resistance. This is kind of a tough one here. Say maybe that doji high right there at 43.55, which, yeah, I mean, it got pretty close to that doji high. That could have been our high. We're starting to dip back below the close before the gap down. That's going to be resistance right at 43, but you have support right around maybe like that 42.65. We come down the 42.65 and bounce. That also puts you right around the trend line. You can get a quick bounce from 42.65 to 43. I wouldn't keep it long past 43 unless it just blasts past 43. I would cut it at 43 and then look for a lower high formation at 43, then a crack of the trend line for the dump. I know I'm giving you guys a lot. I'm giving you guys a break and retest entry, sell, and then flipping possibly short for a crack at the trend line for that leg down, but that's what I think would actually take place. Here on Twitter saying that we're back below 43 at this point in time. We couldn't actually break that gap level, stay above it, and continue higher. A little bit of a false breakout. Break, attempted retest, failed. I expect to see a bounce here off support, back into resistance, and then for it to roll on over off of a possible lower high for that drop on down to like 42.07 on Twitter. I'm definitely interested in watching Twitter here. I'm definitely interested to see what happens here on Twitter coming on up. Get those Jolly Ranchers, man. They help, I tell you. Jolly Ranchers are where it's at. I'm going to go buy some today. Oh, sorry, guys. Whew. Check us out, AlphaDayTrading.com. Sunny7775. Check us out, AlphaDayTrading.com. Check out the platform that we developed. That's an alternative to Discord that we use inside of chat. We built our own platform for you guys. Again, everybody's like, what? I know it's. I as well just. I just or be like, yep, Alpha Day Trading Discord. Then from Discord it goes, yeah, we don't actually use our platform. I have to do that. I can actually tell people, yeah, here's our Discord because everybody asks. Still, it's pretty common that Discord going to use Discord anymore. Because I'm going to get Ed on the ADT platform. I'm going to get Mr. Ed up in here. He's like, what? It's going down, man. It's going down. Don't make it happen, boss. May have a trade on Twitter here, guys. May have a nice trade on Twitter. Right here, right now. Coming on up. Coming on up. We're coming back down to those prior highs. Sitting right at the trend line. Again, I want to see it bounce here. 43. Then crack. Can that happen? Can we see that happen? I am sure is this website. What do you mean? AlphaDayTrading.com is the website. And then we have our platform tied into it as well. All right, let's see a pop on Twitter. I want to see a pop on Twitter. Back up to 43. Why 43 bucks? Well, it was the close price before that gap down. So again, that was our gap fill. We came up, broke above it. We came down and we're trying to hold it. We saw buyers present. We saw it trying to hold, and then we couldn't, and we just dropped. So if we bounce off this trend line for the third point, guess what? 80-20 odds suggest 0.1, 0.2, 0.3 bounces. I'd like to see us bounce into resistance. That would give us a lower high. Come back down to the trend line. What would that be? 0.4. Odds are 80-20. We get those cracks. So I'd like to see a bounce into 43 resistance, lower high form, crack the trend line, and then start dumping. We may just start dumping right now, right here. And if so, that's a wrap. Are you in the evacuation area? I don't know. How do you look at the evacuation area? I'm not sure. It's going to get bad, though, guys. It's going to get so bad. Yeah, I don't think I'm in an evac area. HURICANEIANEVAC evacuation. No, I don't think so. I'm not in a flood zone or anything like that. Mandatory evacuations ordered for over 300,000. Yeah, I'm not close to that. I'm okay. I'm more inland. I'll be all right. Yeah, I don't even think I'm in. I used to be. I was in a Zone C during Irma in 2017, but yeah, I'm not in an evac zone. I'm too inland. Like, this is where I am. You guys are wondering. Like, I'm not even close to the water. I mean, I am, but I'm not. Right? I am right here. Like, I'm right here where my cursor is. So they're evacuating, evacuations all through here, right? Right along the bay, Oldsmar Town. I used to be right here. That's where I used to live. That was during Irma. But yeah, I'm like right there. So I should be good. Why are you trading SPX calls? Yeah, there's no reason to be in calls here. Until it's above VWAP. Woo! 1.5 million properties could potentially flood. It's nuts. Well, we're going long on home builder stocks. Materials, going long on builders, materials, lumber. We're going long on it all, guys. We're going long, baby. I'm throwing my life savings into Nail, the home builder ETF. I like that crack and retest of the trend line, but I'm done trading for the day. I was like, I like the crack and retest. I'm tempted to take Twitter short down the VWAP, but I'm done for the day, guys. All right, we got a small little profit on the day. Make something happen. Good stuff, good stuff. All right, enjoy the rest of your day, guys. We're getting pretty close to the end of the day. It's pretty slow right now at this point in time. We don't have a lot of activity inside of chat. So, again, enjoy your evening. We'll see you back here bright and early tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. Maybe the market's a little bit more hot, right? More hot, a little bit hotter. And maybe we get some activity here inside of chat now that everybody knows that I am back inside of chat, ready to rock with you guys. All right, enjoy your money Monday evening. If you have any questions, drop me a message here inside of chat or send me an email anytime, josh@alphadaytrading.com. I love you all. Have a fantastic night. See you back here tomorrow morning, bright and early, 7 a.m. Let's end it the way we always end it, all right? And again, before we end it, stay safe out there, guys. I'll tell you to stay safe tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday. If you guys are in Florida, stay safe, get prepared, make it happen. All right, guys, but up until the storm hits, we're going to be in the market. We're going to make it happen. We're going to take advantage of the opportunity that is here. And once again, we'll talk more tomorrow about what I'm looking to do in regards to what we're going to classify as natural disaster stocks. Stocks that could thrive, stocks that could do very well due to a natural disaster. We'll be talking about that tomorrow inside of chat, getting you guys more prepared than what we are right now today. Just in case, we know exactly where the opportunity could be right around the corner over the next couple of weeks, maybe a couple of months. All right, enjoy your Money Monday night. I'll see you tomorrow. Let's end it the way we always end it in 3, 2, 1. Woo! Good job, good work. Have a good night, team. Take care. Stay blessed. I'll see you guys back here tomorrow morning, guys.
out.